Before we start the meeting, I would like to inform fellow councillors, officers and members of the public a few procedural points. Fire drill first. We are not expecting a fire drill today, but in the event of a fire alarm, please do not use the lifts, please use the stairs at the fire exits at either end of the council chamber and public gallery. Phones and laptops, please ensure that you turn them off or have them switched to silent. There will be a fine for any interruptions. Speaking in debates, we have a large agenda today, so I'd be grateful if all contributions can be concise and that the time limits for speeches are respected. On voting, apart from when we consider suspending the guillotine and confirming the minutes, we will use the electronic voting system for all other items when a vote is required. Comfort breaks, you're welcome to leave the chamber if required, but you should satisfy yourselves that you've heard enough of the debate to vote in an informed manner. Lunch break, we will be having one at some point when convenient as a result of the duration of the meeting. Please ensure that you return to the chamber at the allotted time. Political balance report. Following an additional change to group membership, please note that we will consider an amended report on the 17th of February. I would like now to formally commence this meeting of the Budget Council. Okay. Are there any apologies for absence? Councillor Kellett.
I think we've got two councillors not present today, John Lumsden and Andy Sims, Councillor Andy Sims.
Thank you.
And Matt Davis and Councillor Clive Radding.
Thank you. Councillor. Sorry? Thank you. Councillor Brackenbury, please.
Good morning, Madam Chairman. Thank you, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. From the Conservative Group, there are no apologies. We're a full house. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Towns, please.
Morning, Chair. Apologies for Councillor Emily Fedorovich.
Thank you. Councillor Pengelly, please.
100% attendance, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Hakewell.
Good to see you back in full health. I can just say we are fully in attendance with a 50% increase since your last meeting.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other apologies to be recorded? No, thank you very much. Okay. Agenda item 2, declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest that members may wish to make in relation to any items of business to be discussed today? No, thank you. Okay. Agenda item 3, Chair's announcements. I'm going to have to put my glasses back on for this because it's long. The process for this meeting of Budget Council is as set out in the guidance note sent to all members and summarised from the meeting procedure rules. But I would like to draw members' particular attention to the following points. For each of the 3 budget debates, only the mover of the motion or amendment shall present their proposal from the lectern at the front of the chamber. The mover of the motion shall have 25 minutes to speak. The mover of any amendment shall have up to 10 minutes to speak. Seconders of both motions and amendments shall have up to 5 minutes to speak. All other speakers shall have the usual limit of 3 minutes to speak on each motion and amendment. Group amendments to each report will be taken en bloc. The final vote on item 7, General Fund Final Budget 2026-27, Medium-Term Financial Plan and Capital Programme 2026 to 2030, which includes the council tax resolution, is required by law to be a recorded vote and will be recorded as such in the minutes of today's meeting. To avoid disruption later to the flow of the meeting, please may I see a mover and a seconder to suspend the guillotine in accordance with Procedure Rule 10 and agree to close the meeting no later than 4 p.m. Thank you, Councillor Mundy. Thank you, Councillor Whitrow. Please, we'll go to vote. Can I see hands of those in favour of the 4 p.m. guillotine? Thank you. Against? Abstentions? Okay. The item is carried. Agenda item 4, minutes of the meeting of the Council held on the 11th of December 2025 and the extraordinary meeting held on the 22nd of January 2026. The next item is the minutes of those meetings. Are there any issues in relation to the accuracy of those minutes, please? No, thank you. I would like to move the minutes of the Council meeting held on the 5th of December 2024 and those of the extraordinary meeting held on the 9th of January 2025. Please, may I see a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Harrington. Please, may I see hands, please? Those in favour of the minutes? Thank you. Those against? Abstentions? Thank you. The recommendation is carried. Agenda item number 5, public participation. Councillors, for today's meeting, we have received no requests from members of the public to either read out a prepared statement, ask a question, or present a petition. Agenda item 6, political balance on council committees. To remind members, we are considering the amended report for this item. Please, may I see Councillor Martin Griffiths to present and move this report.
Thank you very much, Chair. This report will be very familiar to you all following recent considerations of political balance, most recently at full council on the 30th of October 2025. The council must allocate seats on committees and subcommittees as set out in accordance with the provisions of the Local Government Housing Act 1989. This report sets out the revised political balance for council committees following changes to group memberships. I move the recommendations as set out in section 3.1 of the report, which asks the council to approve the revised allocation of seats for the committees to the recognised political groups. This is in accordance with statutory proportionality requirements and the Constitution, with the allocations set out in Appendix A of the report. Madam Chairman, it is likely that there will be a further report to the next full council, but what I can confirm is that Councillor Jenny Bone will retain her place as Vice Chair of Planning to carry on with the brilliant improvements seen in our planning performance in the last 6 months, and in particular since the turn of the year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. May I see Councillor Eddie MacDonald to second this item?
Yeah, Chair, thank you, Chair. I second this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now debate the motion. Please note that any councillors wishing to speak to the report have a maximum of 3 minutes per contribution. We'll move directly to vote, please. Please use your electronic voting buttons to vote. Thank you.
Voting has now commenced. There are 10 seconds remaining.
The results are as follows. In favour, 58. Those against, 0. Abstentions, 1.
The recommendation is carried. Agenda item 7, General Fund Final Budget 2026-27, Medium Term Financial Plan and Capital Programme 2026 to 2030. May I please see Councillor Graham Cheatley to move the report.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members, and all those that are watching live. This is my first budget, so here we go. I'm pleased to present for Council's approval the North Northamptonshire Council Revenue and Capital Budget for 2026-27 and the accompanying medium-term financial plan through to 29-30. This budget sets out a responsible, realistic and sustainable financial path for our council at a time of unprecedented pressures. Pressures driven by national economic conditions, exceptional demand within social care and continuing uncertainty around government funding reform. As a new unitary authority, we have already made efficiencies and savings of 66 million, 28.6 million in 25-26 and further proposed savings of 20.1 million in 26-27. Throughout this process, our priority has been clear: to deliver financial stability while protecting essential services, supporting our most vulnerable residents and investing in our future. So what is the strategic context? The budget is set firmly within the framework of our updated corporate plan, presented to full council on the 11th of December last year, and unanimously endorsed by all parties. It reflects the priorities our communities rightly expect, supporting family, community, prosperity and smarter, faster and fairer public services, all underpinned by a council that is financially sustainable and equipped to deliver on that ambition. We continue, however, to face significant pressures, particularly within children's services and adult social care, where both the volume and complexity of need are increasing. In response, we are driving a whole system transformation programme, strengthening prevention and early intervention, and investing in new models of care, such as extra care housing and digital technology, to help reduce reliance on high-cost placements. This budget also incorporates the implications of the government's Fair Funding Review, which takes effect from April 2026. And whilst the multi-year settlement is welcome, the overall levels of funding remain insufficient to address the challenges facing local authorities. Sector analysis illustrates this clearly. The County Council's network reports that the settlement meets only 2 pence in every £1 of additional costs for county and unitary councils, compared with 42 pence for metropolitan areas, leaving a significant gap for upper tier authorities delivering high-cost social care services. The Council's general fund budget continues to be supported by 5 core income streams: council tax, business rates, government grants, fees and charges, and where necessary, the planned use of reserves. So the Council proposes a balanced net budget for 26-27 of £432.469 million. To achieve balance, we have carefully considered pressures, savings and investment requirements across all directorates. Our assumptions reflect inflation, demographic change, and pay growth, including a proposed 4.99% council tax increase, comprising 2.99% core and 2% adult social care precept. This equates to £1.75 per week for a Band D property. But importantly, 57% of all homes in North Northamptonshire are in bands A or B, meaning most households pay less than the band D figure. This is a difficult decision, but a necessary one to safeguard vital services. When we compare our council tax level with other unitary authorities across England, Northamptonshire sits towards the lower end of the scale. We currently rank 45th out of 63 unitaries for Band D council tax, placing us below the national unitary average. The budget also provides for a corporate contingency of 2.401 million to manage unforeseen risks alongside a continued commitment to maintaining adequate reserves. So our medium-term financial position. Looking beyond 26-27 to our medium-term financial position, our financial challenge is clear. Despite prudent planning, unavoidable demand and funding changes, this still results in projected gaps of 13.659 million in 27-28, 19.286 million in 28-29, and just over 27.5 million in 29-30. These future gaps are not unique to Northamptonshire. Local government nationally faces similar pressures, but they do underline why our transformation programme, early intervention initiatives and service redesign work are so critical. Over the next 3 years, we must continue to innovate, collaborate with partners and deliver savings through smarter, more efficient service models. Turning to the dedicated schools grant. Members will already know that this is a ring-fence grant which must be used solely to support the school's budget and is governed by strict national regulations. For 26-27, the DSG increases to £458.845 million, with additional funding in the schools block, early years and the high needs block, reflecting rising pupil numbers and the sustained pressures within SEND. Although the high needs block grows by a further 4.8 million, demand continues to outstrip resources due to the significant increase in education, health and care plans, and the greater reliance on specialist and independent provision. We continue to work closely with the Schools Forum, education partners and the Department for Education to ensure that the grant is deployed transparently and in full accordance with statutory requirements. As set out clearly in the revised report to Council, the Government's final local government finance settlement also introduces a high needs stability grant, which will meet 90% of local authorities' accumulated DSG high needs deficits, with the remaining 10% to be funded locally once the statutory override ends in March. This is a significant development and provides a degree of certainty as we move into the next phase of SEND reform. Even with this support, the pressure remains considerable. The cumulative DSG high needs deficit for Northamptonshire is forecast to reach around £71.8 million by March 2026, with further pressures continuing into 26-27, underlying the scale of the challenge and the importance of long-term system reform. Investment in priority services. Even with the financial pressures we face, this budget still puts money into the services that matter most to our residents. In children's services, we are planning a budget of £99.8 million for 26-27. This includes a major increase to the funding for the Children's Trust and over £12 million to improve early help, support vulnerable children and meet our legal responsibilities. In adults, health partnerships and housing, we're investing £179.4 million in care and support for adults. This includes £7.3 million to meet the needs of a growing population and £5.9 million to cover rising costs and increasing levels of need. We are also continuing to expand community-based support that helps people stay independent for longer. In place and economy, we are putting £81.2 million into services such as waste collection, highways, school transport and environmental work. We're also continuing to look for ways to be more efficient, including improving routes and reviewing contracts. In public health and communities, a budget of £12.3 million will support public health, community safety, leisure centres, culture and libraries. We will also keep working to make sure these services recover their costs and generate more income where possible. In enabling and corporate services, we are investing in modern, efficient digital systems that help the whole council run smoothly. This includes major ICT upgrades and planning for changes such as the removal of the National Insurance Grant and updates to pension contributions. Our capital programme and investment strategy. Our medium-term capital programme totals £339.7 million, including £278 million for the general fund investment and £61.7 million for the housing revenue account. Key priorities include school place sufficiency, highways infrastructure, regeneration, energy efficiency, and essential maintenance of our public assets. A detailed governance framework ensures all schemes are affordable, that they deliver value for money and support our strategic objectives. Our pipeline identifies further future needs, including additional schools and major infrastructure projects. Ensure we remain forward-looking and responsive to planned growth. Our reserves and financial resilience. Our reserve strategy continues to align fully with national guidance and all statutory requirements. The Council's total general fund reserves are forecast to stand at £99.748 million at the end of March 2026, reducing to £93.18 million by March 2027, based on planned and prudent use. We maintain a minimum general reserve equivalent to 5% of total net revenue expenditure, ensuring resilience against unforeseen events. Alongside this, we make responsible use of earmarked reserves to support one-off investment in transformation, digital improvements, and the smoothing of unavoidable financial pressures. Key risks to our financial position remain, including the implementation of the Fair Funding Review, demand-led pressures in statutory services, volatility in income streams such as business rates, high-cost placements across children's and adult services, and rising demand and contract costs for transport. Scrutiny and consultation. The Corporate Scrutiny Committee has played a key role in providing robust challenge to this year's budget proposals. Ahead of the draft budget's publication in December 25, the committee undertook detailed scrutiny, reporting its findings to the Executive on the 16th of December to support a more transparent consultation process. Members reviewed the Council's overarching financial position in October, before holding focus sessions in November based on a sector-standard, risk-based approach. This ensured that the most volatile, demand-led areas, adult and children's social care and home-to-school transport, totalling £255 million of the £405.5 million general fund received through examination. Our public consultation also drew 375 responses, and comments received have been analysed and reflected where appropriate in the report. Members, this budget is not simply a collection of numbers. It is a statement of our priorities, our responsibilities and our commitment to the people that we serve. It balances today's pressures with tomorrow's opportunities. It protects vital frontline services while driving transformation. It invests in our communities, our infrastructure, and our children's futures. And it does so responsibly, sustainably, and transparently. I wish to formally thank all members, including those on the Corporate Scrutiny Committee, together with the corporate leadership team, our Section 151 officer, and our finance teams. Their diligence and dedication in preparing this budget have been unwavering, and I'm grateful for the considerable work undertaken. Chair, I commend this budget to Council and ask members to approve the recommendations set out in full within Section 3, paragraphs 3.1 to 3.4 of the report relating to the revenue budget, medium-term financial plan, capital programme and council tax resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cheatley. Please may I see Councillor Martin Griffith to second the report.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm delighted to second the budget and reserve the right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now consider amendments. Please may I see Councillor Helen Harrison to move the Conservative Group amendments to this report. You have 10 minutes, Councillor. Are we ready to go?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We're here today to examine, debate and vote on Reform UK's first North Northamptonshire Council budget. It's my intention to examine this budget with reference to the pledges and criticisms that they made during the local elections last year. I want you to keep this in mind as I mark their scorecard. It's based on what they said and what they promised. I will show you that Reform have broken the promises they made to the people of North Northants, and that the Conservative amendments are to help them get closer to the promises they made. Let's start with their key pledge of reducing wasteful spending. Drunk on their love of Donald Trump and all things USA, they announced to great fanfare that they were going to bring Doge to every Reform-led council. What happened to that? Well, here in North Northamptonshire, it became an internally run efficiency review, the results of which were reported to the Executive on the 16th of December. This huge piece of work, looking under every stone and winkling out every piece of wasteful spending, runs to a total of 5 pages and says nothing new. And in this proposed budget, it says, and I quote, "Cost pressures and service investment are in part offset by savings, efficiencies and income generation of £20.1 million. And this includes the continuation of savings already included as part of the 2026-27 medium-term financial plan and which remain deliverable." So after all that bluster and all that criticism, Reform are relying on the savings plans identified by the Conservative administration of this council. I rate that as a fail. Let's move on to executive pay. This is Councillor Martin Griffith's election address. In it he says, "How North Northamptonshire Council wastes your money." I apologise for this. The Chief Executive is paid more than £176,000 a year, £9,000 more than the Prime Minister. He goes on to say, no more 200k salaries. His medium-term financial plan that we're debating today will deliver at least one member of staff on over 200k. And not only that, but this administration have increased the size of the executive team and taken on another executive director earning over £100,000. I rate that as a fail. His medium-term financial plan that we're debating shows that there will be one member of staff on over 200k. Let's take another look at Councillor Martin Griffith's election address and see what else he has to say. Yes. North Northamptonshire Council is £430 million in debt. Reform will fix it. What do you think the council's debt forecast is for 2026-27? £675 million. And by the end of the forecast period, £712 million. So sadly, I think that is another fail. Shall we have another one? Councillor Martin Griffiths again, the gift that keeps on giving. Here he pledges to fix all the potholes. Now, I think it's only fair to point out the stellar achievements that they've made in reducing the number of potholes. They've had to recategorise them all as craters. I don't know about all of you, but the roads feel worse than ever. We've all had to learn to drive the pothole waltz. Fail. There are so many issues that I could highlight where the rhetoric and the promises have been proven to be totally empty. Last year at the council budget meeting, Councillor Griffiths complained that the council was putting up rent for over 8,000 of its residents by 2.7%. This budget raises it by 4.8%. He said in his election address that there was a £25 million deficit for school funding forecast, and reform will fix it. It's now forecast to be over £65 million. So fail and fail. It's not going very well, is it? And I haven't even started on the most egregious of their broken promises, to cut taxes. Here, in Councillor Martin Griffiths' election address, it says, we fight for lower council tax. If this is you guys fighting, I'd hate to see what surrender looks like. In local government, there is only one tax that we set, and that is council tax. But the Reform Administration have found not one, not two, but 3 ways of raising it. At the council meeting on the 11th of December, they proposed to increase the council tax empty homes premium. So now, if you're having trouble selling your home and have had to move away, after 1 year, you'll pay double council tax. They also proposed the council tax second homes premium. So if you live elsewhere, but have rented a property here in North Northants in order to be closer to work, double council tax. This doubling of your council tax bill will not get you anything more, no extra services, no extra help, nothing. It seems to me that rather than wanting to reduce your taxes, there is no tax rise they don't like the look of. And now, on to the council tax itself. Reform are proposing a rise of 4.99%. They are going to tell you that they have no choice but to raise council tax by the maximum allowed, that it has been mandated by government, Councillor Kirk Harrison. This is completely untrue. You only have to look around the country to see that many councils are raising council tax by less than 4.99%. So don't let them wriggle out of the pledge that they made to every elector in North Northants that they would reduce waste and cut your taxes. Last year, at the council budget meeting, Councillor Martin Griffiths said, "The increase in council tax and the various precepts are totally unacceptable and will bring hardship to the families and communities that I represent." What has changed? Does he no longer believe that raising council tax by the maximum will bring hardship to our residents, or does he no longer care? Now, just in case you're beginning to feel a bit sorry for the council leader, let me take the pressure off him by quoting the deputy leader, Councillor Eddie MacDonald, complaining about the 4.99% council tax increase in a Facebook post on the 20th of February last year. "It's time for real change," he said. "Only Reform UK can be trusted to keep council tax low and put your money back in your pocket." So there we have it. Another broken promise and a total fail. Council tax up, spending up, fees and charges up, rent up, debt up. This is a budget that Rachel Reeves would be proud of. When I said on my election address, vote Reform, get Labour, I had no idea how accurate that would turn out to be. But don't despair. We Conservatives want to help Reform to deliver the promises that they made to our residents. In December, they presented a draft balanced budget, which the Executive Member for Finance, Councillor Graham Cheatley, said demonstrates a grip on risk, and they was happy to support the draft budget. That draft budget contained no contingency. However, after the local government financial settlement was announced, there was a little more money for North Northants Council than had been expected. But instead of doing the obvious thing and using this extra money to reduce the rise in council tax and helping our residents, Reform are proposing to put the money into a contingency pot. Our amendment is simple. Reduce the rise in council tax by 20%, from 4.99% to 3.9%. And as Councillor MacDonald would say, put your money back in your pocket. This change will be paid for by reducing the contingency to £25,000. Our service budgets will not change. No reserves will be used, and we will continue to have a balanced budget for 2026-27. I so move the amendment.
May I see Councillor David Howes to second the Conservative Group amendment, please? You have 5 minutes, Councillor.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm concerned how I'm going to follow that, but here we go. I'm pleased to second the amendment proposed by Councillor Helen Harrison, and I do so for a very simple reason. It is a measured, responsible and entirely deliverable change to this budget, which puts residents first while maintaining financial stability. We've just heard a detailed examination of the promises that were made to the people of North Northamptonshire and how this budget measures up against them. I do not intend to repeat every point, but I will say this. If this was a school report, I suspect Parents' Evening would be a very uncomfortable one right now. Residents were promised lower taxes, tighter control of spending and a stronger grip on debt. Instead, they see before them is a higher tax, higher costs and borrowing heading firmly in the wrong direction. For an administration that campaign on cutting taxes, this budget feels less like a revolution and more like a tribute act, and not even a convincing one. Now, our amendment does not seek to tear up the budget or create instability. We are not cutting services, we are not dipping into reserves, and we are certainly not playing fast and loose with the council's finances. What we are doing is offering a sensible adjustment that reflects the reality facing households across North Northamptonshire. When additional funding became available following the local government financial settlement, the administration had a choice. They could help residents by reducing the council tax rise, or they could put the money aside in a contingency pot. The Conservative group believes that priorities should be obvious. If you can ease the burden on residents without damaging services, you should. Reducing the increase from 4.99 to 3.9 is modest, responsible and achievable. It keeps the budget balanced, protects services and still maintains financial resilience. And yes, it saves the average household around £20. That might not sound like a fortune here in the chamber, but to many families it means a bit more breathing space at the end of the month, or perhaps avoiding one more pothole-induced trip to the tyre garage. So I have a genuine question, particularly for the Reform members. Today you have a choice. Are you going to vote for your Rachel Reeves budget, or are you going to vote for an amendment that actually reduces the tax rise? Because I think we all know which way Nigel Farage would expect you to vote. This should not be a difficult decision. Supporting this amendment does not undermine your budget, it improves it. It brings it closer to promises that were made to voters and shows that this council is prepared to listen when there is a better, fairer option on the table. Members often say we must put residents first. Here is a practical opportunity to prove it. I urge you to support the amendment and thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. We'll now move to debate. Councillor Cheatley, please.
Chair, members, let's be absolutely clear about what the amendment in front of us does. The difference between 4.99% council tax increase and 3.9% is £20 a year for a Band D council taxpayer, which is 38 pence a week. But for this council, that same decision blows a £2.3 million hole in our budget every single year, not just once, not temporarily, but permanently. And because council tax compounds, that one-year decision wipes out £40 million from our tax base over the next decade. By year 10 alone, we would be £5 million a year worse off, every year, forever. That is the cost of this amendment. We are told this can be funded by cutting the corporate contingency. Let's be honest, that is not funding, that's gambling. A contingency is there for emergency placements, homelessness spikes, safeguarding cases, inflation shocks, the things we cannot predict but must respond to. SIPFA is clear. Councils must maintain sustainable budgets and adequate contingencies. This amendment does the opposite. It uses a one-off cut to the contingency to hide a permanent loss of income. That is short-term politics, not responsible budgeting. And the claim that this does not affect services is simply wrong. A £2.3 million structural gap increases our projected deficit from £27.5 million to over £31 million by 2930. That absolutely affects services, if not this year, then every year after. Colleagues, this is not a choice between 4.99% and 3.9%. It is a choice between financial responsibility and long-term damage, between protecting services and weakening them, between stability and risk. For the sake of our residents, our workforce and the financial health of this council, this amendment must be rejected. We've seen this movie once before. Northamptonshire County Council froze council tax for 5 years. They took a short-term grant from the government and permanently weakened its tax base. It lost tens of millions of pounds in recurring income. Its resilience collapsed and it ended in a Section 114. Today's amendment repeats the same mistake. I do not wish to repeat that mistake. Thank you.
Councillor Monday, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is the first budget set by this Reform UK administration. It protects frontline services, it keeps the council stable, and it deals honestly with the pressures we face. I'm going to be honest, no one likes putting council tax up. I certainly don't. But the real question is, not whether we like it, it's what would you cut instead? Would you cut SEND support when more and more children need help? Would you cut adult social care when demand keeps rising? Or would you reduce children's services? Because the amendment being proposed today does not eliminate the cost, it simply shifts the risk. It removes around £2.3 million every year from this council's income. And how is that funded? By reducing the £2.4 million corporate contingency. That contingency is there to manage unforeseen pressures across the organisation and to protect the stability of the budget. Costs can rise unexpectedly, demand can increase. If we strip that buffer away, we're taking a gamble with the services for vulnerable people. And let me be clear, reducing the council's safety net for the sake of a headline is both politically convenient and fiscally irresponsible. Now let's talk about what this actually means for residents. The difference between 4.99% and 3.9% is a whopping £20 a year. That's £1.67 a month or 38 pence a week. I'm sorry, but it's not some transformational tax cut, it's political symbolism. It does not solve the financial pressures we face, it does not reform services, it does not remove demand. It simply weakens our financial resilience for the sake of a headline. And we should remember the wider picture. For 14 years, Conservative governments hollowed out local government funding and left councils to manage rising demand with shrinking resources. That trajectory has not been reversed under Labour. Funding has not kept pace with demand, social care pressures have grown, SEND pressures have grown. Every council in the country is dealing with that reality, thanks to the Tories. So this is not about extravagance, it's about keeping this council steady in a difficult climate. And let's also not forget Northamptonshire's history. The old county council effectively went bust under the Conservative leadership. That happened because of severe financial mismanagement and unsustainable debts. We cannot afford to repeat those mistakes. And I would just gently point out that many of those opposition Conservative members who now say 38 pence a week extra is unacceptable voted to give themselves a pay rise at the last full council. So let's keep this in proportion. This Reform UK budget is responsible, it protects services, it keeps us financially stable. The difference to households is modest, the difference to stability is not. Madam Chair, I support this budget.
Councillor Towns, please.
Thank you, Chair. We would all like to pay a little less council tax. In an uncertain world where Farage's buddy, Donald Trump, can turn on a sixpence with respect to trade deals, tariffs, and choosing to stop or start a war, Keir Starmer can pull the handbrake on for an umpteenth U-turn at any sign of backbench revolt. It does not take long.
Councillor Towns, sorry to interrupt. Can I just a brief reminder that this debate is about the amendments made by the Conservative group, not about the budget itself, but the Conservative amendments. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we live in an uncertain world where financial irregularities and uncertainties exist. We've seen the mismanagement of the pandemic and the issues with Brexit that all affect our economy. Productivity down 4% due to Brexit. Employment down 4%. GDP down...
Excuse me, Councillor Towns. I don't see how any of this is relevant to the Conservative group amendment.
Okay, this can all impact local authority finances.
Councillor, just to clarify, and for those in the room, we're currently debating the amendment as displayed on the screen. Depending on what happens at the conclusion of this debate and the vote, we will move to the substantive item, although we do have another amendment tabled for today. So I do anticipate that you will have an opportunity to speak on the report as proposed, but for this part of the debate, we're debating the Conservative amendment as shown on screen, and members are reminded to keep matters relevant to the amendment shown on the screen.
Am I on? Yep. Okay, yeah, well, I felt it did relate, but I'll carry on. To rob the corporate contingency of such a huge sum and pretend there is some kind of financial saving available to the council taxpayers is reckless. There's already a £27 million budget gap that needs to be filled by speculative savings from within the council. Contingencies are included in the budget to protect the council from the unexpected events and emergencies. Without these contingencies, any economic shock will threaten services if monies are not available. We have experienced the damage to the services that underfunding leads to. Kettering Borough Council froze council tax for 9 years, which has adversely affected our community. A lack of social housing, deteriorating roads full of potholes and blocked drains, increased parking violations, fly tipping and black marketeering due to a lack of enforcement officers. Reduced support for the vulnerable, where the strain has been taken up by the voluntary community sector. And we don't forget, as Councillor Munday and Councillor Cheatley have mentioned, the Tories managed to bankrupt Northamptonshire County Council in 2018 when they failed to provide a balanced budget. The reduction of council tax in any year is compounded through the years. I will not be supporting this amendment and jeopardising financial stability in this council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, please.
Thank you, Chair. So this contingency debate comes down to one simple question. Have we learned anything from what has happened in this county in previous years? Northamptonshire County Council did not collapse because council tax was too high. It collapsed because risk was ignored, contingency was drained, and structural pressures, particularly in children's services, were not properly funded. That is the truth. We now have a proposal for 3.9% funded by cutting contingency. Let's be honest about what that means. Contingency is not spare cash. It is the buffer that protects us when demand spikes. And in children's services, demand does spike. If a child needs a high-cost placement, we do not debate it, we pay it. If safeguarding thresholds are met, we act. And if SEND costs rise, we cannot refuse them. These are statutory duties that are not optional. Removing contingency in that environment is not careful budgeting, it is increasing exposure. And exposure is exactly what brought the previous authority down. A 1% difference may look attractive in a headline, but once contingency is reduced, it is gone. And when volatility hits, and it will, there is nowhere to go except emergency cuts or emergency borrowing. That is not responsible. Yes, families are under pressure. I do understand that. But instability in children's services will hurt those families much, much more. This administration has worked hard to strengthen financial grit, improve oversight and stabilise services. That works only if we protect our resilience. The 4.99 proposal is within the referendum threshold, it is lawful, it is transparent and it protects frontline services. The alternative weakens our position for a marginal political gain. We were created out of financial failure. That history is not ancient, it is recent. We should not repeat the same mistake of pretending risk can be managed away. The responsible decision is to fund our statutory services properly, maintain that contingency and protect this authority from unavoidable instability. That is why I will be supporting the 4.99% and that's why I will vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Humberston, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We as modern day politicians need to rebuild trust with the public. As my colleagues have stated, this public in North Northamptonshire voted last May for a majority administration which said it would cut taxes and eliminate waste. Yet here, this same administration is seeking to increase council tax by 4.99%. I fully back the motion to try and reduce that increase and put money back in local people's pockets. One thing I'm sure the party opposite will agree with me on is the terrible impact this Labour government has had on working people and businesses. In the next few weeks, one of my local pubs is closing. They simply cannot cope with the increase in business rates and employers' national insurance. They don't have the option to increase prices by 4.99%. Small businesses don't have that option. The public would simply vote with their feet. The most successful businesses have to drive efficiencies, eliminate waste, and reduce their operational costs. They reduce their capital expenditure to remain competitive. I spent over 20 years in the private sector, and each year I had to deliver more for less. Successful organisations are lean, they're agile, they're efficient, and I see a lack of commercial expertise in the executive to drive these essential changes. As Councillor Harrison accurately explained, Doge disappeared as quickly as the promises to keep council taxes low, and the waste review was barely detailed enough to be called a review. Let's finally look at the headline information to date. No staff changes, no building consolidation, no procurement reviews. Councillor Munday and Councillor Wright mentioned children's services and adult social care. Yes, it's a service that the council needs to provide, but the demand is increasing, but around 20% of that spend is discretionary. The continued increase is not sustainable and hasn't been properly reviewed. We should not be asking our hard-working residents to pay so much extra in council tax. I ask that my fellow councillors at least consider this amendment to reduce that rise to 3.99% and to try to stick to your own election promises of only months ago. I'm going to quote some of Councillor Harrison's speech just to complete. Your own deputy leader said last year, the message to voters is keep council tax low and put your money back in your pocket.
Thank you. Councillor David Brackenbury, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Trust in politics. It is one of the reasons why politicians of all colours, all shapes and sizes are held in such disdain by the public. You were elected last May on an absolute mandate. Well done. Excellent. And what did you promise that you were going to do? Well, I won't go into the potholes. I won't go into some of the other stuff, but you were elected on a mandate to keep council tax low. And what if this discussion we're having, we can't possibly not put council tax up by 4.99% because it will affect our tax base going forward year on year, and then of course we will end up being like the county council. Okay, so what this means is that you are going to be putting up the council tax by the maximum that you can year on year. Otherwise, it affects your tax base. The amendment's been described very ably by colleagues and Councillor Harrison. It takes the corporate contingency from 2.378 down to a nominal £25,000, which I take the point. It might be alarming when there are the possibilities of various things happening, of course. But we have £93,178,000 in reserves. And again, it isn't ideal to spend reserves either. I remember our friend Lloyd Bunday, when he was the finance executive, saying that once they're gone, they're gone. Fair dues. Fair dues. But we have a completely balanced budget. It does not to take away any service delivery. It does not affect reserves at this point. And I commend this amendment to all of you. You promised to keep council tax low. So be honest about it. Either say that you're going to be putting up council tax by the maximum every year going forward, which is at least honest, and then see how you do in the next elections, or take this amendment, try to go towards meeting the promises that you made to the electorate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Wendy Brackenbury, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is about promises made to the electorate. We have heard this morning from this administration the pressures councils face. But they knew of these pressures last year. 4 of the current executive members were sitting councillors and would have been fully aware of the pressures councils face. Reform stood on a platform to reduce taxes. Our fellow councillor in the Thrapston ward, Councillor Joe Garner, in his election address, promised to push for lower council taxes. I quote, "Conservatives once kept taxes low while delivering quality services. Not anymore. Reform will fight to reverse that decline, pushing for lower council taxes and better value for residents." Well, Joe, you can break your promise to the electorate and vote through the Reform Administration budget, or, to help you fulfil what you promised last May, I invite you to support the Conservative amendment. And that goes to your fellow colleagues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Brown, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's with a heavy heart that I rise to speak today as an independent councillor, having recently left the Conservative Party after 25 years of membership due to the National Party's reckless stance on withdrawing from the European Convention of Human Rights, a policy that abandons the core principles of justice and human dignity. But today, my disappointment runs even deeper as I look at their last-minute amendment. This proposal to reduce the council tax increase to 3.9% by dipping into the contingency fund is not just short-sighted, it's a betrayal of the fiscal responsibility that the Conservatives were once famed for upholding. Let me be clear. The administration presented a balanced draft budget in December, setting aside unexpected additional funds from the local government settlement into a contingency pot. This is exactly what sound financial management looks like, preparing for the unknowns in an era of economic volatility, rising inflation, potential emergencies like flooding or public health crises, or the ongoing pressures on social care and highways. Yet the Conservatives now want to raid that very pot by over £2 million to fund a marginally lower tax rise. They claim no services will be affected, no reserves raided, and the budget remains balanced. But what happens when the unforeseen costs hit? This isn't prudence, it's gambling with residents' services. The party I joined prided itself on being the stewards of sustainable finances, not populists chasing short-term headlines. Where has that commitment gone? Moreover, I must question the process here. This amendment seems to have been sprung on us at the 11th hour, without any prior consultation with the administration. How ironic, given that just last year, during the 25-26 budget debate, the then leader, Jason Smithers, rightly condemned the Labour group for tabling last-minute, uncosted suggestions. He accused them of undermining proper scrutiny, stressing that such tactics, disrespect the democratic process and risk flawed decisions. He was spot on then, so why the hypocrisy now? If this idea had merit, why not raise it earlier, allowing the executive, who might have been open to discussion, to incorporate it with full analysis? Instead, we're left with a rushed proposal that smacks of political opportunism rather than genuine resident advocacy. Chair, the amendment risks our council's stability for fleeting gains. I urge my colleagues to reject it, stick to the budget before us, and remember that true leadership means planning for tomorrow and not just today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Geary, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarity here, we're not talking about an increase of tax as opposed to a decrease. This is about a very small smidgen of the budget to make a point. I reject the proposal, the amendment. The size of it, in comparison to the money we spend, is minuscule, and I'm disappointed in all the possible objections that could have been brought to bear. This one was the only one that was considered to be important enough to bring to us. Here we've got better things to do. So, we're talking about £20 a year. That works out at about 5p a day, 38p a week. Now, many years ago, the Mars company produced an advert, a Mars a day helps you work, rest and play. And they're about 75p at the moment. So for this money that we're looking to decrease slightly on the increase we're giving to people, we wouldn't be able to afford a Mars bar for the best part of 2 weeks. Now, is that really the best that we can do? I think we've all got better things to do. And with that money that we're looking to save, that 2.2 million, we can use it for better things. And I had a conversation last week with a Reform councillor who mentioned a particular road in Kettering, got to promote Kettering, Bow Hill Road, which he's decided, and there are many others that are going to come under this category, called James Bond Road. And why did he call it James Bond Road? And he makes his living by being on roads. It's because when he drives his car down it, it's shaken, not stirred. Potholes is a huge issue, and I don't envy the challenge that we all collectively have with this, and it's going to get bigger and bigger over the next few years. And with all the considerations that we've got, it comes down to less than 4p a day. I think I'd struggle to get a fruit salad chew for that. So I reject the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor McGiffin, please.
Well, Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to address this prosaic, duplicitous amendment, which invites us to consider making the same mistakes as the bankrupt County Council. It's not a serious amendment. It's our budget rebadged minus the contingency. Earlier this week, our Section 151 officer reported the Q3 figures and declared that this year's contingency has been fully spent. And it's a contingency obviously provided by the previous administration. We're not going into a new financial year without one. This is not Vegas. We ain't gambling with services or taxpayers' money. Madam Chair, our highways are in a parlous state. Following decades of decay and disregard, we're currently experiencing unprecedented demand on our contract partners as we play whack-a-mole across the area. Thank you, Councillor Geary, you're completely correct. To repair defects which occur without notice and due almost entirely to atmospherics and the impact of lack of investment in protective measures down the years. Any suggestion we may be forced to spend even less is simply unacceptable. We in fact need around 200 million on top of the record current funding of what seems a lot, 13.4 million in this year's budget, but frankly it's a derisory amount due to the mistakes made in the maintenance of our highways decades gone. Madam Chair, this amendment is foolish, it's farcical, it's folly and it's feckless, and it's, I can't think of any other words beginning with F, but I'll be voting against the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor MacDonald, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was mentioned today. It's quite good. If they just read the rest of the Facebook post, they probably would have noticed that I mentioned efficiencies You know, we need to produce efficiency as well as keep those taxation low. And it is our first year. We do have a few more to go. Basically, I go out and about quite a lot. I walk across the county with my dogs, speak to lots of people. I dance across the county, speak to even more. In fact, I'm a regular in Tesco's and I quite often get commented about things that people want to know what we're spending. They all expect us to put it up by 4.99%. But when I discuss it with them, what they say is, we don't mind paying that as long as we're getting a service. In fact, we want to pay more. You know, if we pay more, we'll get better roads, etc. And especially when you talk about the roads, I mean, they didn't just suddenly fall apart on the 2nd of May. You know, well over a year ago, I burst 2 of my tyres on the fantastic roads that we have around here. It all costs money. We need to be honest, and less of this political grandstanding and shouting. Nice speech, though. I did like it. I thought it was quite entertaining. But basically, I reject this amendment. It doesn't make sense, and it certainly isn't financially prudent. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Fairhall, please.
It's very obvious the purpose of this amendment and has little to do with fiscal responsibility, and I'm not really sure standing up for local residents either. It's a windfall grab. I, like the Conservatives, looked out copies of election leaflets to see what was promised back in 2025. Is it just politicians that hoard election material for occasions like this? But it didn't need a reckless budget proposal to highlight election promises. We have the clickbait headline that our council tax, according to the Conservatives, is going up to a record high. But the former Conservative administration put the council tax up to a record high in 2022, and again in 2023, in 2024, and in 2025. And if Conform win power next time, we go to the polls, they will likely continue to assume this record as they set council tax rates in the future. It's just a nonsense statement to make. This proposal lacks all credibility. Who, in the circumstances we are in, wants to take away a small contingency which we all know, members, officers and probably the general public, will probably be required to support in-year overspends if this is finances or anything to go by, and with significantly rising demand and rising costs. That is not in any way to decry the officers working to make planned savings or transformational efforts. And are we expecting no new financial challenges to occur in year? Does our budget prepare us for the judicial review that Staunch have secured, while the calls for an inquiry into the Corby steel waste are only going to grow and demand resources? So it makes no sense other than an attempt at headline grabbing. The only issue I do have is the name of the fund they wish to raid, corporate contingency. I'm afraid I can't offer an alternative, but it does sound a bit like a fund available for away days and whizzo ideas, which I'm sure it's not. But that aside, I would certainly be voting against this amendment and instead recognising and supporting the very hard work that's been undertaken by members, executive and especially scrutiny and officers to prepare this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Garner, please.
I wasn't intending to speak in the debate, but as I got a mention, I thought I was entitled to a reply. I would like to remind Councillor Wendy Brackenbury that in 2018, as one of the Friends of Thrapston Library and a member of the 21 GLN group that had to drag the Conservative-controlled Northamptonshire County Council through the courts in a judicial review process to save Thrapston Library and 20 other libraries, there is a reason why council tax is important. There is a reason why it is necessary to ensure that we have a stable budget and income going forward so that libraries and other services can be protected.
Thank you. Councillor Hakewell, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I took the note about it being the amendment, but I think it's also fair to comment on the comments that were made to propose this amendment that we're debating. There are empty homes in our area, hundreds of them. It doesn't seem unreasonable whatsoever for those who have the privilege of having two homes to actually say, well, either you pay for it or you let that home come into the market for people to be able to live in. I feel sad, Chairman, that issues around the senior officer colleagues' remuneration, comparisons with the Prime Minister, are part of this debate whatsoever, and I don't accept the apology that was given on that. Our chief executive has responsibility for over 3,000 employees. Absolute responsibility down to even corporate manslaughter. I'm sure it will not happen. But at the same time, the Prime Minister has responsibility for a handful of people. And that's not going so well at the moment, is it? Up in number 10. So I hate this analysis of comparing the Prime Minister's salary. Oh, by the way, he has 2 houses, quite a nice one in the countryside as well. So I do really feel that is sad. And from my experience of this council, our officer team are well paid, but they give us a result for that. It's a shame that other than due to ill health, there was little input from the Conservative group into scrutiny that we held, that Councillor Cheatley mentioned to us. Everyone is welcome to attend scrutiny, to speak. A contingent...
Everybody is not welcome to attend budget scrutiny, only the people who are on the scrutiny board committee.
Perhaps... Sorry. Don't cut my time.
It's paused. It's paused. Just to confirm that scrutiny meetings are open for all to attend, for members of the public.
Councillors, Councillors, may I just confirm that a point of order is a procedural point, and I require you to state where that breach may be. We do not have a point of clarification. However, I do note that there was a working group which was a closed session, and that wasn't open to the public or all members of the council. That is correct. However, our scrutiny committees are open to the public.
Councillor Hakewell, please carry on.
As I was saying, that comment about scrutiny is that the Conservative scrutiny shadow portfolio holder, yes, finance, didn't attend those closed groups, left the group and isn't here today. That tells you everything about the Conservative group's concentration on scrutiny. A contingency budget is exactly that. And from that point of view, it was hard won as we went through scrutiny to get that 2.4 million together. Councillor Howes is well known for his concern about potholes. We all are. Ironic that his proposal is removing a contingency budget which in its very self could be used to top up, literally, potholes. Very odd to be able to do that. I can't cope with the criticism of the county council that's coming forward having a lower council tax, and then the very same people are saying the answer to the problem of a low county council tax is a low North Northamptonshire council tax. Quite ridiculous. Overall, I would take this budget over the last 4 delivered for NNC over the last 4 years.
Can I just remind you of time? We did pause it.
You did pause it?
Yeah.
So, the amendment I will not support, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Brackenbury, you've already contributed to the debate on the amendment, but I will allow a personal explanation if you'd like to respond to the comments made by Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Chair, and I think that's only fair. I've always supported keeping Thrapston Library open, and while I sat on the County Council, I fought to keep it open. I attended meetings, and I spoke with the Cabinet member responsible, who was also very supportive of keeping Thrapston Library open. So I think it's unfair to suggest otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you. And back to the debate. Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Chair. So this administration has chosen to increase council tax by the maximum amount permitted by law. And let me be clear, this is a choice. It is not a requirement. And it's a choice that directly contradicts the promises many members of this administration made at the ballot box. Reform councillors were elected on a clear pledge to reduce the tax burden for local households, to stand up for taxpayers and deliver lower bills. Yet here we are, proposing the largest permissible increase without first demonstrating all the possible alternatives have been fully explored. We are told that rises are necessary to cover inflationary pressures and service demand, particularly in adult social care. But that raises critical questions. Where's the evidence that all efficiencies have been exhausted before resorting to a 4.99% rise? Why are inflation-linked increases treated as inevitable without first challenging waste, duplication or non-essential spending? I acknowledge the challenging national funding environment, but that cannot be used as a blanket justification for abandoning commitments made to voters. Other councils in similar positions are balancing budgets with lower increases, deeper reviews of discretionary expenditure and targeted efficiency programmes. The fact that elected reform administrations elsewhere are under similar scrutiny only adds weight to the concerns many of our residents are already expressing. I'm not opposed to responsible budgeting, far from it. Responsible budgeting means protecting essential services, rigorously scrutinising every pound of expenditure before defaulting to the maximum tax increase, and above all, keeping the promises made to residents. Where there are new councillors in this chamber only now coming to terms with the pressures of office, there are others with experience who should have known better than to make commitments they were not prepared or able to honour. As has already been made clear, the budget presented for consultation was predicated on a 4.99% overall increase and did not include the additional 2.4 million contingency arising from the government settlement. This is extra money not accounted for in the original reform budget that went out for consultation. So reducing the increase to 3.99% would not compromise service delivery, would still deliver a balanced budget and would provide meaningful relief for residents at a time when they need it most. Chair, interestingly, not one reform member has made reference to their broken promises. This council has a choice. It can continue to default to the maximum tax increase,
if you can finish,
or it
please.
can honour its broken promises. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have no further registered speakers. May I please see Councillor Helen Harrison to conclude? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Well, that's been quite the most astonishing debate. So let me just be quite clear. Our amendment was basically to hold the Reform administration to account. The Conservatives have never promised to reduce council tax. It was them who did so. We are trying to help them to deliver the promises that they made. Now, there's a big question mark here, isn't there? They made all these promises in the election, so did they go out there and lie to the public knowing that they were not going to be able to deliver on those promises? Or did they have absolutely no idea what they were talking about when they were slating us for the way we ran the council, which is exactly, by the way they are running the council. Now, I'm also astonished by the number of people who have poo-pooed the reduction of £20 in council tax. So why not put it up for everybody by yet another £20? You know, if it's that little, keep putting it up. Another £20, another £20. Every time you put it up, it will go up the following year, the following year, the following year. It's a choice that you are making. You're so confused. You are so confused. On the one hand, You criticise the county council for keeping taxes low, and then you boast that we have one of the lowest council taxes in the country. The only reason we have one of the lowest council taxes in the country is because of decisions that Conservatives made before you came along. But the worst thing that I have heard in this debate so far, the worst thing, is members of the front bench standing up and saying that using the corporate contingency is gambling and it is irresponsible. Well, why did you present a balanced budget back in December with no corporate contingency that you said balanced all the risks? If you don't believe that budget balanced all the risks, the whole lot of you should resign en masse because you proposed an unsafe budget. So either it's safe today or it wasn't safe then. You make your minds up. The last thing I really want to say is this. It is absolutely clear that you made a lot of promises to the public. We didn't make those promises, but we think it's only right that you at least make steps towards fulfilling those promises. And I want your colleagues, I want all your reform councillors to be able to walk out of here today with your heads held high, saying that in difficult circumstances you did the absolute best that you could and you kept council tax as low as you possibly could for the sake of your constituents. You'll be able to go out and look them in the eye and say that you went as far as you possibly could to fulfil your promises. And you will also be able to say, you'll be able to admit that you didn't know or you lied about how difficult it was to balance a council budget.
Councillor Harrison, time is up. We will now move to vote on the Conservative Group amendment. Please, you... We have enough, thank you. We will now move to vote on the amendment. Please use your electronic voting buttons, which will appear on your microphone unit once the vote has commenced. You will have 30 seconds to vote. And please, it's in respect of the amendment only.
Voting has now commenced. There are 10 seconds remaining. The vote has now concluded. The results are as follows. Those in favour, 11. Those against, 46. Abstentions, 2.
The amendment is lost. Okay, on to the Labour Group amendments. Please, may I see Councillor Mark Pengelly to move the Labour Group amendments.
One moment, we've got Councillor Fairhall.
Sorry, I should have picked it up earlier, but I hadn't realised when reading the papers I need to declare an interest, and I'll step away from this part of the meeting, I'm afraid. But I have taken on a new role with Northamptonshire Sport, advising sports clubs on funding opportunities, and I've recently been approached by Wellingborough Boxing Club for exactly the purpose they've outlined in this amendment, so I think it's safest I step away.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll come back to Councillor Mark Pengelly to move the Labour Group amendments to this report. You have 10 minutes, Councillor, and you're fine to stay where you are.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was going to come up there and speak, but with the musical merry-go-round going on right now, I thought if I got up there, someone else might be sitting here by the time I get back from one of the other political parties. So my seat is secure at the moment, Chair. Can I thank the Northamptonshire Council officers for all the work they've done in putting the budget together, and also the support they've given to this group during our amendments. It's been absolutely brilliant. And I'd also like to thank Councillor Cheatley and Councillor Hakewell in putting the budget together, and Councillor Hakewell in the great job he did in scrutiny. Of course, our group don't sit on that scrutiny, so we've not been able to have a role in it. So that's why we're moving our amendments today. And also I'd like to thank Councillor Harrison, because the good thing about councils is to put alternative views forward. That's what we're about. Opposition is there to put an alternative. I don't agree with their alternative, but that's what we're there for. After 12 years of Tory mismanagement at both local and national level, we must welcome at least we now have a Labour government that's starting to invest in local government. It didn't happen for many years. In North Northamptonshire, we've seen £60 million getting spent on pride in 3 areas of the county, of the area. We've seen extra money put into potholes, millions of pounds that we desperately need. And we're also seeing money come in shortly on SEND, that the government are going to take responsibility for SEND education, which is needed, because we've seen how much that affects the people of North Northamptonshire. Colleagues, Reform are now in control of the council, and Martin comes to me on a regular basis to say, Mark, I know you're unhappy with that, but it was the Tories. Mark, I know you're unhappy with that, but it's the Tories. Now you're in control, and after today's budget, the buck stops with you. That's what you have to realise. So the money and the extra, and why I'm supporting the council tax rise, is we need it, because the Tory mismanagement of several years. And going on to what the Conservatives said earlier, I've been a council for 4 years, unlike many of you, and each and every year they put the council tax up by the maximum. They didn't put it by the minimum, they put it by the maximum, because they needed to, it was needed. While I'm supporting the 4.9% increase, I have to also remember that Reform did promise not to raise council tax, but they're now living in the real world. They're now living in the world where councils have to put forward an alternative budget. And it's for you to explain why you put the council tax up. It's not for me to explain that for you. We're a small group as 4, as I said, and we decided that we weren't going to put forward a full alternative budget. We just haven't got the time. It's not fair for the officers. So what we've done is we've put some amendments forward that we think will help people from all over Northamptonshire. And the first amendment we're putting forward today is to do with parking, and Lee Duffy knows about the issues of parking in Corby Old Village. It's only a small contingency of £10,000, which will give it probably a month's work for officers to look at different alternatives for parking in Corby Old Village, and also to look at, it could be a revenue boost for us, an area where we can put extra car parking for those commuters that are using the railway station. If we get an extra car parking area in Corby Village or along the railway sidings, that could give this council a massive boost in income that we need. So what we're asking for is this £10,000 to help people in Corby Old Village who are blighted daily by not being able to get out of their driveways. They're blighted by cars parking up on grassed areas. And I know we're looking to put some trees in to try and sort that out, but if you're wanting to get out of your house on a Monday morning and there's a car there so you can't get to work, it's not good. So we're asking for this support. And I've seen the great schemes they've got in Kettering, and what we're asking the council to do is look at all different alternatives, put it to the public, and that what they come out with can help people on Turner Road down there because of the parking, people on Stewart Road, and probably other areas of the council as well. The second amendment we've got is for Kettering Pool. We've got a lot of people from Kettering, a lot of the Greens from Kettering. It's old, it's outdated, and it's served its use. And last year, the Labour group moved that we had to look at £200,000 investment in trying to look at a new pool for Kettering. It's all part of Martin's Bible, the corporate plan. We know the new pool's in there, but we're not looking forward in trying to get this moving. And it'll be a massive boost for not only people of Kettering, the people living in the villages around Kettering. It's something that's needed, and I think that will be welcome. I think that would be welcomed by people within North Northamptonshire and the Kettering area. Leave it with me a minute. I've moved it about a little bit. Yeah, the third amendment we've got is for the boxing club in Wellingborough. And I go along to some of the boxing shows in Corby. I think I've seen some of the councillors from across county at some of the boxing shows. They're absolutely brilliant for young people. And the Wellingborough Boxing Club is losing its venue. And it's really, really important that we find a new venue. I know Martin's been working and looking to supporting this, and hopefully you can support our amendment today. Small amount of money in getting officers to spend a little bit of time on getting this boxing club up. And finally, it's more of a capital investment, and it's to do with Steel Road and the area around the Corby Northern Orbital Road. And we've got the councillors from Priors Hall here. It will help them get in and out of Corby so much quicker. My daughter was in Priors Hall last night, and she was travelling back to Corby. And she was on a speakerphone. She spoke to me 3 times. On 3 times from Priors Hall into Corby Town Centre, she got stopped by roadworks. Steel Road itself, there is far too much traffic going up and down Steel Road. And well, we're on about potholes or whatever. No matter what we do, there's too much traffic using that. And part of the SEMLEP, and sorry for using you again, Martin, but Martin sat on SEMLEP. SEMLEP plan was for a Northern Orbital route road around the town. The Rockingham Master Plan, which was part of SEMLEP, was for this Northern Orbital route road. There's about a mile and long, 1.5 mile long dual carriageway built, ready, and it needs about another 400, 500 metres to finish it off. And we're asking for £200,000 to be looked at, to look at plans to put this forward, because it will benefit everybody in Corby and it will benefit the people of Priors Hall. I think right now there's only about 1/3 of Priors Hall built. There's another 2/3 to finish. That's another 3,000 cars, 3,000 people, 6,000 cars a day travelling on them roads. It's desperately needed. It will give Corby the road infrastructure it needs. So I'd ask everybody to support these proposals later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Please may I see Councillor David Baker to second the amendments.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everybody. And could I start off as well by thanking all officers and all councillors involved in putting the budget proposals in front of us today. It's hugely appreciated, especially Claire Edwards and her team. I second the amendments outlined just now by Councillor Pengelly and would like to take the floor to speak on them now, Chair, and provide some further background to our proposals for funding and a relatively limited reduction in the corporate contingency budget. These proposals have been tabled in order to address ongoing issues to the benefit of our residents across the whole of Northants, and not just in the 3 towns noted in the proposed amendments. In terms of the proposals for limited funding from the contingency budget for feasibility studies for the Kettering Swimming Pool and Wellingborough Boxing Club, both of those venues serve much wider communities than just those 2 towns. As an example, the majority of the 362 registered members of Wellingborough Boxing Club actually reside outside of Wellingborough itself. And the impact that the loss of that club would have if new premises cannot be found would be significant across Northants. Both the proposals for feasibility studies also have clear linkages with the corporate plan, something that Councillor Griffiths referenced as our Bible this week at the executive meeting, and also with the Council's active community strategy. One of the priorities in the corporate plan is to ensure that people at every stage of their lives can live active, fulfilled lives. And reference is made in the active community strategy to the Council being an enabler and facilitator of such sports clubs for the purposes of delivery, and where good quality facilities are identified as encouragement factors for inactive residents. So there's lots of references there and clear linkages between our proposed amendments in that regard and also various council policies and strategies. Staying on the proposal of limited funding from the contingency budget, I won't repeat what Councillor Pengelly has said in relation to the alternative parking proposals in Corby Village, but we also see a linkage there with the motion on pavement parking that this council passed with 100% support just in December. And in relation to the proposal in respect of Corby Orbital Ring Road, I won't repeat what Councillor Pengelly has said there either, because that will be well known to many people in this room. Hopefully we can have cross-party support, and I therefore second these amendments for Councillors' consideration today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We will now move to debate on the Labour Group amendment. If I can go first to Councillor Hakewell, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank Councillor Pengelly for his comments on scrutiny. I would welcome any one of his team on our corporate scrutiny, and perhaps we can look at, through democratic services, increasing the number of people on corporate scrutiny, because it is so vital in the advance of this debate and throughout the year as the budgets go forward. So I hope we can perhaps do that. Kettering Pool is one thing in this room that actually outlives me. It was opened in 1984, and I didn't get there till 1987, although I did learn to swim there at some point. It does need some effort. I don't know how that will work, whether that can work with the Kettering Leisure Village, but we do have a leisure strategy coming forward, and I think that is probably the right way to be looking at it. Equally, if I, on this council, wanted to get something done, the approach and the demeanour of the Labour group in putting their amendment forward would be the way to do it, to work across rather than just simply to attack. So I won't support this motion, but I'll certainly support these things if they come forward to scrutiny in the future, and welcome those colleagues to come along. Equally, I think the closed group aspect of budget scrutiny might well be, again, considered to be more open. But I reiterate that anyone is welcome to come to our corporate scrutiny and speak, or to speak to me or members of. So I admire the way in which the amendment was put forward. I shan't vote for it, but I shall be very supportive as things come forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jameson, please.
Chair, I'd like to thank the Labour Group for this amendment, and in my view, what is a good function of the Council to provide extra services for our residents. I will just clarify before I continue that I believe the Kettering Pool is under review with the leisure strategy, but regardless, in my other public role, I was honoured to attend the Northamptonshire County Swimming Championships in a fantastic pool just opposite of our own venue here. I was, however, saddened to see many teams from Corby compared to just the one from Kettering, which is a direct reflection of the facilities available in Kettering compared to Corby. Two similarly sized towns. Swimming improves health, reducing the demand on our NHS and improving skills, confidence and evidence by the team events teamwork. Having a pool of a good standard would also bring people into Kettering, helping our local economy. I've also seen the benefits of local boxing clubs. Recently I attended the Kettering District Association for the Prosecution of Felons annual dinner, where Nathan Neville's, the head coach of Kettering School of Boxing, was awarded a citation, which to quote the citation, was for the dedication in supporting the children and young people of Kettering from all backgrounds, ages and abilities to train and get fit in boxing, and thereby focusing young people on the right pathway to be responsible citizens, and by implication making an impact at community in terms of in reduction of potential crime. I also recognise the value of this, and I'm sure the Wellington Boxing Club does the same. I cannot purport to be an expert on the matters of Corby, but I would defer to the experienced councillor in Corby who's proposed this motion, and I will be supporting it, and would recommend colleagues do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McLean, please.
Thank you, Chair. This amendment that has been brought up by the Labour group, I can't find anything in it that I can't support. Having looked at especially the Kettering Pool, last year I spoke to Councillor Bennyworth references because my constituents were asking about it, and he went away and he came back and he said to me, he said, the cost of a new pool would be £30 million, which is extraordinary. I then asked about the 3 million S106 money that Hanwood Park had put forward. Could that be used to upgrade the pool? But unfortunately, he came back again and said it's still 30 million, so I understand that. I mean, these are the things that we can support because it's good for anybody in the county to keep fit and, you know, take their life forward. I myself use the Kettering pool, and it is getting a bit sort of, how would we say, ready to be moved on to something else. So I find this amendment, personally, I can support the Labour group in this because it's not a lot of money that they're asking for. The only caveat to that is the £200,000 to fund a feasibility study. I'd like to understand how that money is going to be used. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bennyworth, please.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor McLean has rather upset what I was going to say, but I thank Councillor Pengelly and the Labour group for bringing this amendment forward. I just wanted to pick up on item B, which is around Kettering Leisure Pool. It was one of the first things I asked about when I took my portfolio on, and there has been a fairly recent feasibility study on that, in which I did feed back the cost of actually replacing the pool. The other thing that I'd say is that though members may be aware that on Tuesday the executive moved to have a look at all of our leisure options, our leisure management options, and Kettering swimming pool will be included in that offer that we give to the people of Northamptonshire. So it's on the radar, it's very much in my mind's eye, and we will take that work forward and do the best that we can, working cross-party. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Griffiths, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I can't support the recommendations, but I can support the sentiment here today. We'll go back to front, I suppose, with the bottom one. So that's A. And that's with regard to the capital reserve of £25,000 for drawing up a bid to central government. And yes, Councillor Pengelly, I was around in the days of SEMLEP board member, and this was discussed then. Not quite as often as the failed promises of the Isham bypass. We're talking about failed promises today. Let's not forget that one. But we are happy to consider this scheme as part of the capital funding programme. With regard to A and the £10,000 for Corby Old Village, happy to work with the Town Council and the Ward Councillor on looking at this in the way forward. Councillor Bennyworth has covered B. And with regard to C, I was speaking with Ray Revell, a guy who I've known for many a long year, and I'm happy to help them find a location for the boxing club. And yeah, last Friday I was speaking to him. So we can do that without actually agreeing this amended proposal. One thing I will say is if I promise to do something, I think I've got a track record for actually doing it. I can't see how we can find that amusing, but there you go. Yeah, I was speaking to Ray on that, and we will assist them in finding a alternative location. With that, I suggest that we do not propose to go with this amendment, but we will go with the items that are on it and take them forward on your behalf, Councillor Pengelly and the Labour Group. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just take the opportunity to remind people that this is a public debate, so chatter and side conversations make it quite difficult for the public to hear what people are saying, so if we can keep that to a minimum, please. I will move to Councillor Duddridge now.
Sorry, my thoughts are a little bit jumbled on this one. I know Charlie, who now runs the club after taking over from Ray, he's a great lad with a heart of gold who really wants to do the best for those who use his boxing club. Not having a permanent home has prevented the club from applying for external funding and support and has limited how his club can now help others. I know that Ken and Martin have both helped over the last 2 or 3 years with trying to help this situation, but you're now in a position to do quite a bit more.
And I would ask that in supporting this proposal, you're making a commitment on behalf of the whole council to deliver on this, as opposed to yourselves as councillors. Can I quickly just ask of monitoring officers and everything, can we vote on these as individuals, or do we have to take this now as the whole amendment? The whole amendment, okay. I would ask that you do support this, even if it is just so that we get something done for this boxing club, because it sits in with the community strategy that identifies, where am I going? Sorry, it is all jumbled. The new corporate plan identifies family as a key theme, with the council committing to, quote, work with our partners to create a system that promotes well-being, builds resilience and reduces health inequalities. The plan highlights the need to enhance youth opportunities and to work with parents, carers, schools, police and community partners, which they are, to focus on early support, positive opportunities and strong role models to lead young people to making positive life choices. So on this, it's improving health and well-being, increasing participation in active well-being, movement and physical activity. But one thing I remember coming up in December was how well this fits with your youth justice plan, because it prevents, okay, for some reason my phone says tooth, serious youth violence through place-based, community-informed strategies and a commitment to contextual safeguarding, also addressing educational engagement, especially among children who are missing from education. Charlie has expressed with me in the past how he has plans where his club won't be just a boxing club. He wants to help children who have fallen away from education back into at least getting English and maths GCSEs, keeping them out of trouble. I think the 10 grand investment for that is miles better than not helping people earlier in their lives and then costing us more when they're in and out of custodial sentences or whatnot, when they drop out of education. I really do think this is not much to ask to invest in some wonderful people in our community who are doing wonderful things for some vulnerable people. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Williams, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think the proudest moment in my life, or maybe my mum's life, was getting my 25-metre certificate at Kettering swimming pool way back when. The facility was tired then, and it is still tired now, much more tired than it once was. I appreciate that some work may already be ongoing on this particular topic with the leisure strategy that's ongoing now. But if £30 million that has been quoted for a rebuild is the case, that's quite some cost, and there will be a hell of a lot more upfront costs, you know, with continuing the feasibility studies and various design costs on that. Appreciate that there's going to be some more development on this, but I think that money set aside, whether it's spent or not, would be beneficial to keep the project moving. I obviously can't speak for the other items on that agenda. I think these chaps over here will have done a much better job than I could speak on that. But yeah, I think whether it happens and we're voting for this motion now or it happens later, I think as long as we're moving these items forward would be beneficial to everyone in North Northamptonshire. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Chair. It's quite interesting, isn't it, to see an amendment come forward from the Labour group asking to use part of the corporate contingency when they've just said it would be reckless to actually use the corporate contingency to and take it out to reduce council tax. However, with reference to point A, Councillor Griffiths has already said. Oh, my apologies. Can you stop my time, please? Because I've just been interrupted. My sincere apologies. I shall take that back. But there was somebody who said it. Many people that said it anyway. I know it is. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Councillor Pengelly. Yes, so thank you. Okay, let's carry on. So on point A, the £10,000 for investigating the car park, Councillor Griffiths already said he's going to do that, so I don't think there's any need for us to support that. Point B, £200,000 to fund a feasibility study. It's already been pointed out, and I'd just like to clarify, the leisure strategy has already been adopted. We're not looking at a new leisure strategy. The options appraisal that's coming forward is nothing to do with the strategy. This is about the future management of our leisure services, nothing to do with the strategy. So perhaps councillors need to read the strategy, it might be useful. Councillor Benny was absolutely right, and I do apologise to the councillor who mentioned it. As the former executive with the responsibility, I'm well aware that it's going to cost well over £30,000. Ooh, sorry, stop my time.
Oh,
How much is that, Torrin?
The usual fee for telephones going off in council meetings is a small donation to the chairman's charities.
I thought it was £10, Chair. I thought it was £10.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, start again. So, in relation to the £30 million plus, yes, absolutely, it's an awful lot of money, you know, and this was brought up at the last budget council meeting. I'm sure this amendment came forward. And the reason why we didn't support it is because if we spend £200,000 on a feasibility study without having any money in the pot to be able to create the building that is needed, it's an absolute waste of time because they soon become out of date. So you're going to have to start the whole process again. So I can't support that one just purely because we're not in a position to do it yet. The £10,000 fund for the feasibility study for the amateur boxing, again, unless you've got a proposal, spending £10,000 on a feasibility study is a waste of money. And Councillor Griffiths has already stated that he promises to sort it out. Maybe can also support the other local groups who are struggling as well, because there was many that came to me when I was in the executive and I was told that we just don't have the premises. So good luck with that one, Councillor Griffiths. And as you say, you like to keep your promises apparently. So let's see what comes of this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Helen Harrison, please.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the Labour Group for bringing this incredibly well-meaning amendment. It comes from a place of great heart and desire to help organisations in our communities and make things better. And I would love to be able to support it, but we could all come up with different schemes in our areas that we want a bit of money from the contingency pot for. I think both Councillor Griffiths, the council leader, and Councillor Helen Howell have actually outlined why actually this spending, some of it is just not feasible, particularly on the swimming pool, but also that it should be contained within the budget areas already. So my view is that it's really well-meaning. It would be lovely to support it, but I'm afraid I'm not going to, because I just don't think it's the way to move forward. So, but thank you so much for bringing it. And you're quite right. In tone, it's very different to the amendment that I brought, but I think we both had rather different purposes in what we were trying to highlight. But thank you.
Councillor Griffiths, you have already contributed to this debate, so you're not allowed to make any further comment on the amendment, I'm afraid. Thank you. We've got no further registered speakers, so can I return to Councillor Pengelly to conclude? You have 3 minutes, Councillor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And if we do get a new boxing club, wouldn't it be great to have a charity boxing match between us and yourselves? And I'm looking who I'm going to put forward. Scott, I think you're R1, mate, I tell you. So, yes, but moving forward, Councillor Hakewell, I understand what you say about trying to get things through scrutiny, but it's near on impossible to bring certain items through. If people remember when we had the inauguration, I moved the Kia contract. We are all stuck within a feel for reform, because you're stuck with a contract that the Tories brought forward with no debate whatsoever. It came from the county, and then it came to the Unitary. We had no debate on it. And we're stuck with a Kia contract that the targets that are set are very, very low, and the people of the town have to suffer, and the people of North Northamptonshire have to suffer. And I still think it's important that we look at this Kia contract and look at it from top to bottom. And we haven't looked at it yet, so how could we bring something forward about a boxing club or a swimming pool? You just wouldn't look at it. So this is an opportunity today to support things that are needed. And Councillor McLean, you talked about the feasibility study. Corby Borough Council was a small council, and what you've got is this amazing building. And all there's flaws with it, but isn't it amazing? It's the only building that we can hold council meetings in. We've got the swimming pool across the road. Somebody mentioned earlier the 50-metre pool. Cities are amazed that we've got such a pool. Why we got that pool was we put a feasibility study together, and we looked at different areas to get different parts of funding. So we got funding of hundreds of, well, not hundreds, but dozens of different organisations to get that £22 million to get that built. It was about 3 months before we were only going to have a 25-metre pool, where the feasibility study said, no, you can go for a 50-metre pool for another £4 million. So that's what we did. It's really important that if you're going to spend money, you look at where that money is going to come from. And if we leave this, and I heard what our Conservatives friend said, if we leave this till we've got the money, it'll be another 10 years. Kettering need a new pool now, not in 10 years' time. So I'm asking you to support all of these propositions we put forward today. They're very little amount of money, and it'll help hundreds of people and thousands of people in North Northamptonshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll now move to vote on the Labour Group amendments. Please use your electronic voting buttons, which will appear on your microphone unit once the vote has commenced. You have 30 seconds to vote. And just a reminder, it is a vote in respect of the amendments only.
The vote has now commenced. There are 10 seconds remaining. The vote has now concluded. The results are as follows. Those in favour, 12. Those against, 42. And there were 3 abstentions.
Amendment is lost. Okay. We now move on to consideration of the substantive report. Does somebody want to find Councillor Fairhall and allow him back in? Thank you. Okay, we're moving back to the substantive report. Please note that any councillors wishing to speak on the report have a maximum of 3 minutes per contribution. I open the debate. Councillor Towns.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd just like to start by thanking the Chief Financial Officer, Claire Edwards, and her team for their work in producing the budgets and the mid-term financial plan, and for taking the time to meet with the Green Group to discuss the financial plans. If you vote for reform, you can bring real change, it said in last year's May election literature we received. The leaflet stated the Tory-run council had raised council tax bills by £452 over 4 years, while wasting vast amounts of money and cutting services. It said bins are not being collected frequently enough, potholes are not being repaired, and they pay themselves huge salaries. So what radical reform money-saving policies do we see in this budget? An end to hybrid working? No, we don't have the office space. Equality training cuts? No, I appreciated the training I received. The closing of care homes considered by Lancashire Reform Council? Thankfully, no. The drawing down of reserves like Leicestershire Reform Council to limit the council tax rise to 3%? No, we are not putting our financial resilience at risk. What we have is not a radical budget, but a safe one, unlike other reform councils. a sustainable, balanced budget that is resilient and accounts for risks and uncertainties. A budget aligned to our corporate plan that we unanimously voted for, that reflects the Council's objectives and includes maintaining services, not cutting them, supporting families and reducing health inequalities, improving housing availability and quality in safer, cleaner neighbourhoods, following our heritage, environment, countryside and commitments to reduce CO2 emissions. So, bins will still get collected fortnightly. Despite the hands-on approach of Councillor Griffiths and Councillor McGiffin, potholes will remain a hazard for the foreseeable future, and a 3% staff wage rise is anticipated. This may not be the real change some thought they were voting for, or some defecting councillors thought they were standing for. However, it is a budget that we are not opposed to on the Green Group, and the 5% maximum council tax that comes with it. In summary, the Tories got us into this mess in the first place. Labour continued by austerity and underfunding of our council and council services, and Reform are playing it safe, doing seemingly the same budget as last year. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no other councillors. Oh, I didn't. Councillor Hakewell.
Thank you, Chairman. Really just to say that I will support this budget, as you might have expected. Most of what I would have said has been said. Thank you, Councillor Cheatley, for taking my scrutiny speech, but the words were well meant and accurate. I will, Chairman, respect your request for being brief, as ever. Someone said good, isn't that sweet? My decision to support the budget is based on the open and transparent way in which the Executive have embraced pre-scrutiny of the budget. Executive colleagues have willingly attended and contributed to the financial scrutiny of the budget, often after long days of being here working on their portfolios. A thank you also to the finance team, supported by all the wider directorates across the Council. Corporate Scrutiny look forward to monitoring this budget process and progress of it throughout 26-27, based on the unanimously agreed, I believe, corporate plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Howes, please.
Thank you, Chair. So budgets are statements of priorities, and this one speaks clearly. It speaks of ambition, transformation and sustainability, but what it reveals most starkly is the widening gap between aspiration and delivery under this reform-led administration. Let me begin with Big 50. The promise of a proud and prosperous North Northamptonshire, it is framed as a central ambition tied to growth and resilience, but ambition is not delivery. The budget is heavy on slogans and light on measurable outcomes. Where are the tangible workforce strategies, the investment pipeline, the leadership culture to make Big 50 more than just a strapline? Because if Big 50 is to mean anything, it must be felt by residents and staff, not just repeated in press releases. If Big 50 were a fitness plan, we would have brought the membership and posted about it online, but we never start the actual work out. Turning to our workforce, the budget assumes vacancy factors and transformation savings, but transformation without people is just a spreadsheet exercise. A 4% vacancy factor may balance the books, but it does not build morale or organisation stability. Staff are not aligned in a financial plan, they are the people delivering services every day. If we want resilience and innovation, we must invest in retention and leadership, not rely on attrition. And then there's the devolution. At a time of funding reform and structural change, the Council should be setting out a bold case for greater local influence. Instead, the administration appears content to wait for national decisions. It is a bold strategy if the plan is to be led by events rather than lead them. Devolution does not happen to us, it's something we must shape. Financially, the challenge is undeniable. The projected gap rising toward 35 million is not a distant issue. It is a warning sign for future budgets. When reserves are described as not significant, optimism alone is not a strategy. Optimism cannot be banked or audited. If we ask residents for nearly 5% council tax rise, then we must demonstrate stronger leadership in return. Clearer priorities, credible workforce planning and overall sustainable long-term planning. Let me be clear, scrutiny is not Scrutiny is not opposition for opposition's sake. Investment in prevention and digital transformation is welcomed, but with direction without pace achieves little. So my challenge is simple. Be honest about the scale of the task. Use Big 50 as a delivery framework, not branding. Put staff at the centre of change and show real leadership on devolution. Chair, budget should inspire confidence. This one falls short, and it's our duty to say so. And indeed, we will constructively. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Lovell-Moore, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As chairman of the NNC's Audit and Governance Committee, I can't appraise the budget without a risk-based approach. As such, it isn't solely about the numbers, but it's what drives those numbers, and in turn, what those numbers drive, what is driven by those numbers. It's a symbiotic relationship that requires careful nurture to achieve continuity, growth, and efficiency. A strong control environment with ongoing scrutiny to ensure not a single penny is lost or squandered. An even stronger ability and willingness to adapt to it and innovate when new risks and opportunities present themselves, without detrimenting our service delivery. Behind the numbers are council teams, departments, processes, procedures, compliances, regulations, councillors, external partners, etc., all striving to achieve the absolute best outcomes for the residents of North Northants with the funds available. So for our council to cynically lose out financially in the government's fair funding review in favour of metropolitan areas, many of which are the government's own, led by the government's own party, means we have to adapt. Demand-led services continue to increase significantly, particularly around adult social care, children's services, including SEND and home-to-school transport, but all responsible employees, officers and elected members of North Northants Council take their corporate parenthood extremely seriously. We should never risk the provision of these services simply for tidbits on social media or to avoid negative headlines in the press, such as NNC increases council tax to the maximum allowed, when one of the very reasons this council received a negative fair funding review is the government already factored in an assumed maximum increase to council tax. We are therefore open to appear in agreement with the government for taking funding away from NNC if we don't approve a core 2.99%, which is below inflation, I might add, because it would then in turn show that we believe the government didn't damage our finances and residents enough. This would be bad governance and control of the finances. It would be bad governance of the processes, procedures, control environment and services we already have if they are not properly financed. For all this, I know our residents will fully understand the constraints North Northants Council is under, particularly from a lack of central government funding for outsourced central government responsibilities. We all want the very best for our neighbours, our families and children, our fantastic schools, our beautiful parks and green spaces, our public libraries and leisure facilities. And we can assure we continue to get all of this with a relatively small average council tax increase of £1.75 per week per household. Anything less will not only bring more risk to delivering our services, but it will also jeopardise any future potential assistance from central government since we elected not to take our expected maximum council tax increase. We therefore can't risk services and good governance in favour of, let's face it, 38 pence reduction per week per household. We do have a choice, and we choose the responsible grown-up choice. And just as an addendum, perhaps some colleagues opposite should read the dictionary differences between a wish, a hope, and a promise. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Howell, please.
I promise, yeah, I know. So funny. Thank you, Chair. I raise to express my deep concern at the proposed £3.848 million refurbishment of Swanswell House and Croyland Hall and Abbey and the £40,000 rebranding of the Cornerstone project. Let's start with Swanswell House, Croyland Hall and Abbey. In 2024, a full assessment full asset disposal review concluded that buildings were unsuitable for modern office use. No new assessment has been provided, and there's been no scrutiny of this decision. Yet we are now asked to commit nearly £4 million to these projects. Even more contradictory, Councillor Griffiths recently stated in the press that flexible working arrangements provide a sensible and productive option. If that's true, why are we investing millions in more office space? On the 12th of September 25, the decision to bring Swanspool House back into use was announced in the press. At October's full council, we asked if a best value assessment had been done. Instead of clarity, we were told financial details would follow. Chair, announcements must follow scrutiny, not precede it. Committing this money without transparent justification or scrutiny undermines public trust and smacks of self-indulgent overvalue for money. Turning to Cornerstone, £40,000 is proposed for rebranding a project that already had a comprehensive professional branding exercise carried out by external consultants, commissioned by officers and supported by staff. This duplication is hard to justify, especially when a new name has already been announced publicly. And whilst it looks like a limited consultation has taken place, these decisions affect every taxpayer in North Northamptonshire, not just Kettering. If this administration wishes to proceed, then all NNC residents should be considered and consulted. And if the 2.4 million contingency is truly to ease financial pressure, both of these projects should be paused, saving nearly £4 million, allowing a meaningful contingency reserve to be built. Then there wouldn't be the need to raise the council tax to the maximum. Chair, this is about priorities, this is about transparency, this is about process. And above all, it's about respecting the money of our residents that we serve. And I urge you to reconsider these wasteful and unnecessary expenditures because, as you've said, every penny counts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirk Harrison, please.
Thank you, Chair. It'll come as no surprise that I support this budget. In particular, I would like to recognise all the hard work that's gone into its preparation. I'd like to thank officers and Councillor Graham Chitley for the massive effort that they've put in. They really deserve this this response from us. Scrutiny has also been extremely robust. We've taken suggestions on and made improvements. It's been months in the preparation. This budget's even more important in light of financial situation that we find ourselves in. I'd like to put it on record that Reform UK believe in low council tax. But this relies on local government being funded responsibly and properly by central government. That is simply not the case. This is quite possibly the worst financial settlement that this council could have received. There is an assumption that a 4.99% increase is going to be applied to our council tax. That is baked into the funding formula. It's not acceptable. The government is raising taxes by stealth after promising not to. But we are where we are, and I'm satisfied, at least from a regulatory services perspective, that we're in a decent position. Much of what we do in regulatory services is it's statutory and it's preventative, and it only really gets noticed when things go wrong. This budget allows us to continue our legal duties, and I fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson, please.
Yeah. Okay, so I didn't actually want to speak. So nobody wants this day to go on longer than it needs to. But once Cornerstone was mentioned, I can't help myself. Martin will know I'm very passionate on this because on Monday he invited stakeholders to a meeting in order to keep the costs to a minimum, because the one resounding thing in Kettering is that we want to get rid of the Cornerstone name. I think if you did open it up to the whole of North Northamptonshire, you would have so many votes to get rid of it in Kettering, it would make the whole vote pointless anyway. So the fact that the cornerstone name was the people that Councillor Helen mentioned that were consulted in the cornerstone name, I noticed she didn't mention the public. And it was done to us, and we need it undoing. So to go on to that, we really, really shouldn't pick that fight. The other thing I wanted to mention, just because...
Point of order from Councillor Howell.
Yeah, point of personal clarification. I'm not picking a fight here. I didn't do the consultation. It was done in the shadow part of it, and it was brought forward to the executive. So it was officers that led the whole project. So please don't make any reference to me as the former executive. Thank you.
It'll be recorded in the minutes.
Okay,
please carry on.
Apologies. Like I say, I'm very passionate about it. I wasn't in the process, and as a Kettering resident, it felt done to me. I apologise if that wasn't actually what happened, but that's what most of Kettering feel, and that's why we want it taken off. And then just the last point, as I'm standing, it just feels like every time there's been so much underinvestment gone on in Kettering and in North Northants. I just don't understand why parties are suggesting we carry on underinvesting. Anyway, that's the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor MacDonald, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about one of our most important responsibilities as a council, basically ensuring the safety, the dignity and well-being of the adults who rely upon our support. Adult social care is not optional. It's both a statutory duty and a moral obligation that affects thousands of people across our communities. Although only 1% of our residents receive adult social care, this service accounts for 41% of our present budget, which is 153 million quid, just rolls off the tongue. This is the scale of what is required to support those with the highest needs. Demand is rising year on year. Our population alone has grown by 11.5% since 2011, which is double the national average. And demand for adult social care has risen by 9.5% over the same period. We have 3,927 people actively receiving support, which is the net increase for 44 since April last year. People are living longer, often with multiple long-term conditions, and more working-age adults require complex care. Without additional investment, we simply cannot keep pace. Costs across the care sector continue to rise. Providers face higher energy bills, staffing pressures linked to the increases in the national living wage and increases in employer national insurance, and the need to offer a competitive pay scale to maintain a sustainable care market. Next year alone, inflationary pressures are expected to exceed £3 million for our council, and that's just to maintain the present services. If we do not reflect these costs in our budget, providers will struggle, and in the worst cases, withdraw, putting vulnerable adults at risk. Investing properly in care is not only morally right, it is financially responsible. Early intervention and community-based support reduce hospital admissions, shorten stays, and prevent the more expensive crisis response that becomes inevitable when care is underfunded. Underfunding adult social care doesn't make the pressure disappear, it just spreads the risk across the entire council budget. By investing now, we protect the financial stability of the whole authority and avoid overspends that jeopardise all our other services. Ultimately, this is about people. Older residents wanting safety and independence, working-age adults with disabilities who deserve the chance to thrive, families who rely on specialist care, and unpaid carers whose contribution is immeasurable. Adult social care enables people to live gloriously normal lives with dignity and choice. So, in response to Councillor Howard's comments, despite rising demand, our slice of the overall budget will fall by 3%. Due to working smarter, investment in IT, and savings such as considerations for a PFI buyout. Colleagues, and adult social care increase in this budget is essential, unavoidable, and the responsible choice. I urge you to support it so that we can continue to provide safe, sustainable, and compassionate care for the residents who depend upon you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Conway, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to take this opportunity to highlight that this is our first budget. Up until the end of March, we are and have been operating under the previous administration's budget. Our highways are in a terrible state, and as a driving instructor, I know this more than most. This is down to decades of underfunding. The previous budget allocated £9 million across 3 years. We have allocated 13.4 million, an additional 13.4 million this financial year. This is not enough. This is a start. I have 100% confidence in our exec member for Highways and Travel, Councillor Chris McGiffin. He is absolutely the best person for this job, and with the additional funding we are allocating, we will see a noticeable difference this year and going forwards. We can't fix the underfunding this term, but we can make a real improvement. Going forwards, can you imagine what we could achieve under a central government that properly funds our statutory services?
Thank you. So I have no other councillors registered to speak. So I will return to the seconder of the motion who reserved his right to speak, Councillor Martin Griffiths. You have 5 minutes to speak.
I could probably do with 15, but I'll do my very best, Madam Chairman. Well, where do we start? And I'm not going to personalise this, unlike some other people did earlier, and that's personalise the situation that we are in. But I'm going to make some observations all the same. So we have it clear that the Conservatives do not value our historic, beautiful listed buildings in Wellingborough. That's the first thing that is blatantly obvious and clear. I thank Councillor Towns. I'm going to... No, I'm going to... Time, please.
Councillor Howell, there is no provision in the Constitution for a point of personal clarification.
I take it I've got my time still. Thank you very much. Councillor Towns makes a very good point, and that is £20 is the quarter of a cost of a bag of the material that we use to repair potholes, is it not, Councillor McGiffin? And am I right in saying that one pothole that we were very familiar with the other day took... Yeah, so that's the sort of situation that we're in. Basically, people have got a very short memory. I think what is happening here is that the Conservative opposition are fast getting into the message that they are in the opposition here at Northamptonshire Council, and Reform are in control of the administration. Very good words from Councillor Brown. And that is, no populists, no gimmicks. In one respect, we're criticised for being run from Westminster, and now we're being criticised from taking a decision here in Northamptonshire. I think people need to think on that moving forward. Councillor Fairhurst is absolutely right. There is nothing worse than making cuts to services, closing libraries and care homes. And frankly, anybody that sat on the previous Northamptonshire County Council needs to cast their mind back to those bad days. They will not be repeated here in Northamptonshire Council. As far as some of the other comments were made, were absolutely laughable. But can I just say a word about Councillor Jim Hakewell, Chair of our Corporate Scrutiny, and what he said about empty homes? Absolutely spot on. And he held a session the other day that people could have come along and sat in and observed. I hope they watched it on YouTube. It was a very, very good session. Councillor Pengelly, I was going to jump back in, but I wasn't allowed to because I was breaking the rules, Madam Chairman. But I had a flashback to when I was a 6-year-old at Barry Road swimming pool, where I was dragged through. Kelly remembers. So I was dragged through, forced to swim by Mrs. Howard. Anybody that you search it on Google and you'll see what it's about. We do not want to close our services. We respect our services, we respect our leisure facilities, and this budget will enable us to protect those services that we know are so important to the people of North Northamptonshire. Mention of salaries. If you do not pay the right salaries, you do not get the very best officers in North Northamptonshire. And by the way, your representative took part on the panel that recruited a brilliant a director of transformation, somebody who's going to save this council millions of pounds in the months and years ahead. And you actually helped recruit that position. So I could go on, but really, I just want to put on record that this is not about personality. This is about delivering our corporate plan, your corporate plan, that every single one of you approved. And while we're talking about flashbacks, I'll have a flashback 12 months when people mocked me for saying that we would deliver the next budget of this council. In government, reform will cut tax. That is a pledge, that is a promise, and in government we will do it. In the meantime, we will carry on here in North Northamptonshire, delivering our corporate plan, putting our residents first in every single thing we do, and I commend this budget to Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I see Councillor Graham Cheatley to conclude? You have 5 minutes, Councillor.
Thank you all. I think that's been a brilliant debate, to be fair. We all agree or disagree with what's been said. What I will say and reiterate is this budget has had an awful lot of work done with it. It's taken an awful lot of work from all of our finance team. I have really valued the scrutiny process in particular because they've really got into the detail. And the exec have taken that on board. We've looked at what has been said to us from scrutiny. We've taken it all into account. But I'd like to just say for everybody, it's an awful lot of work that's gone into it. I appreciate the debate today. I've enjoyed it. And I would just urge everyone to support this budget for this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Cheatley. We will now move to vote. This will be a recorded vote in accordance with statute, and the voting record of each individual member will be included in the minutes of today's meeting. Please use your electronic voting buttons, which will appear on your microphone unit once the vote has commenced. You will have 30 seconds to vote. Thank you.
The vote has now commenced. There are 10 seconds remaining. The vote is now concluded. The results are as follows. Those in favour, 44. Those against, 11. And there were 3 abstentions.
The recommendation is carried. At this point, I think we've earned a break. So if we can allow an hour for lunch, I want to start promptly at 1:30. So if you can all be back in the chamber by 1:20, please. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. We now move on to agenda item 8, the Housing Revenue Account Budget 2026-2027 and medium-term financial plan proposals. Please may I see Councillor Graham Cheatley to move the report.
Good afternoon, Chair, members. Hope we've all had a good break, lunch. I'm pleased to present the Housing Revenue Account final budget for 2026-27, together with the medium-term financial plan through to 2030-31. This is a vital element of the Council's overall financial framework, because the HRA is the mechanism through which we fulfil one of our most important responsibilities: providing safe, decent and affordable homes for thousands of residents across North Northamptonshire. The HRA is, of course, a legally ring-fenced account, meaning that every pound raised through rents and service charges is reinvested directly into our homes, our estates and our landlord services. It does not overlap with the general fund, and it does not affect council tax. It exists solely to support tenants and maintain the long-term health of our housing stock. So let's consider the national and local context. Members will be acutely aware that both nationally and locally, housing providers are navigating a demanding operating environment. Inflation in construction materials remains persistent. Contractors face labour shortages. Legislative requirements around fire safety, damp and mould, electrical compliance and building safety continue to expand. And at the same time, many tenants are still feeling the impact of the cost of living crisis. Against this backdrop, the budget before you today delivers stability, affordability and long-term financial security for our housing service. As members will recall from the previous agenda item, this council has already approved a significant capital programme for the housing revenue account. That commitment underpins the budget before us today, ensuring we can maintain, improve and future-proof our homes alongside the revenue proposals and rent policy set out in this report. And importantly, a significant part of that capital programme is funded directly from the HRA revenue budget. So the decisions we take today are essential to delivering the investment we approved in the previous agenda item. Rent policy and affordability. For 2026-27, we're proposing a rent increase of 4.8% based on the national formula of CPI plus 1%. This lifts the average weekly rent from £98.60 to £103.33. This recommendation is not made lightly, and crucially it has been reviewed and endorsed by the Tenants Advisory Group. Their constructive challenge and input ensure that the tenant voice remains central in shaping our approach. Even after this increase, our rents remain among the most affordable in the region, while ensuring we have the income necessary to maintain homes, deliver repairs, ensure compliance and invest in the future. So, the HRA revenue budget. The HRA budget for 26-27 totals 44.682 million and is fully balanced. This includes income of 42.995 million from rents, 1.176 million from service charges, 0.511 million in investment income. So looking on our expenditure of 13.77 million for repairs and maintenance, 9.8 million for general management, 8.6 million contribution to the capital programme, 3.291 million in financing costs, 2.8 million for special services and 1.25 million for other necessary costs. So this budget enables us to deliver responsive repairs, maintain estates and communal areas, comply fully with health and safety requirements and operate an effective and compassionate tenancy management service. So, moving on to our capital investment. One of the most significant parts of this agenda item is our capital commitment to the housing stock. For 26-27 alone, we are investing 17.2 million into our homes. But across the full 4-year medium-term financial plan, our commitment is far greater. The total capital investment into the HRA over the medium-term financial plan is £61.7 million. This is a substantial programme, one that demonstrates our long-term ambition for our housing service and our tenants. Let me be clear what this £61.7 million programme delivers. Decent homes and major refurbishment, so that's modern kitchens, bathrooms, roofs, windows, electrical rewiring, heating upgrades, and other essential improvements. It gives us safety and compliance, ongoing investment in fire safety, water hygiene, gas servicing, electrical testing, asbestos management, and estate-level safety enhancements. Energy efficiency, improving insulation, heating systems, and the overall thermal efficiency of homes, and helping tenants lower their energy bills. Adaptations and independent living, supporting older and disabled tenants with major and minor adaptations, enabling people to remain safely in their homes. New homes and acquisitions, selective new build projects and the acquisition of additional properties where they offer good value and meet local housing needs. This £61.7 million programme is a major investment in the future of our communities, and it supports our commitment to providing safe, warm, well-maintained homes for decades to come. The right to buy. Recently, national changes to the right to buy framework help us plan more effectively. These include a maximum discount of £24,000 in our region, a longer qualifying period for tenants, a 35-year protection for new build council homes, and greater flexibility to combine right to buy receipts with external grants. We've modelled around 60 sales per year in our forecasts, ensuring our plans remain cautious, realistic and sustainable. So our reserves and financial strength. Our financial resilience remains strong. The HRA maintains a prudent minimum balance of 5% of expenditure, but our broader reserves, including the general HRA balance and earmarked reserves, are projected to grow steadily across the medium-term financial plan. By 2031, total HRA revenue reserves are forecast to reach around £44 million, providing security against unforeseen pressures and ensuring long-term sustainability. This responsible approach safeguards tenants, protects service standards, and ensures we can continue funding the capital commitments that I've outlined. So our medium-term financial plan. Across the period to 2030-31, the HRA remains sustainable and compliant with all legal requirements. We're assuming a 3% annual rent increase after 26-27, steady levels of voids and demand, prudent management of repairs and compliance costs, and continued capital investment funded through contributions, reserves, receipts, and borrowing where necessary. But at no point in the medium-term financial plan do we rely on unsustainable or excessive use of reserves to balance the account. This is a robust, credible, and responsible long-term plan. So, Chair, members, the HRA budget and medium-term financial plan before you today delivers a balanced budget for 26-27. It maintains affordable rent levels. It invests £61.7 million into our housing stock over the next 4 years. It protects essential day-to-day housing services. It strengthens our reserves and secures the long-term sustainability of our landlord service. This is a responsible and forward-looking budget. It supports our tenants, our communities, and our long-term obligations, and it allows us to continue providing safe, decent and affordable homes for the people of North Northamptonshire. I commend this report to Council and ask members to support and approve the recommendations in Section 3, paragraphs 3.1 to 3.3 in the report. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Please may I see Councillor Brian Bennyworth to second the report.
Thank you, Chair. I'm delighted to second this report and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. There have been no amendments proposed to this report from other groups, so we will now debate this motion. Please note that any councillors wishing to speak have a maximum of 3 minutes per contribution. Councillor Colquhoun.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, quite a good report there from the councillor. Firstly, as usual, I would like to commend the officers for the excellent work conducted here. I'd also like to thank my good friend Lynn Buckingham for her advice to me on this today. Looking at the main report, Chair, it provides a pretty familiar storyline of rising costs, need for prudence, limited flexibility, etc., etc., etc. That narrative, however, does not align with Appendix C in the HRA report, which shows reserves increasing from the present £16.2 million, I believe, to £44.2 million by the year 2030-31. That's a huge increase of reserve. We shouldn't be reserving that amount, we should be using, but I'll come back to that, Chair. This is not a system that's under strain. This is a system that is accumulating huge surplus at pace, while some of our housing stock falls into repair. And I think we must be very mindful of that. I've said many times at Council over the years when talking about housing, we have our own homes. What do? We keep them in a good state of repair, because if we don't, they lose value, they disintegrate, they cost us money. It's false economy not to invest and reinvest in our stock. Appendix A relies on assumptions, and I think Councillor Cheatley mentioned the word assumptions there. Long-term forecasting, inflation stability, future borrowing, etc., all legitimate areas of study, but they're somewhat tenuous. What we're missing here is there are no thresholds regarding when the reserves get too high. There is no point at which money is released for its intended purposes. That is for refurbishment, for stock upgrading, etc. There's no mention, importantly, of tenants benefiting from better than expected performance, something we've discussed greatly at Housing Improvement Board meetings. It's not only about getting rent money, it's about improving quality of life for people. Appendix B sets out investment intentions, pressures and delivery priorities, but when we cross-reference with C, then we see a mismatch. Debt management reserve more than triples from 6 million to 20 million. Housing stocks reserves, however,
Councillor, we're over time.
Oh, that's not 3 minutes, Chair.
It's 3.5, actually.
I'm going to cut this short, Chair. I'm sorry about that. We must invest in our stock. There's no point just sitting back and saying we've got loads of money in the bank. Let's use this money. Let's help our people. Let's improve our stock. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Hakewell, please.
Thank you, Chairman. We scrutinised the HRA budget on the 10th of November, is shown in the agenda we have today. and I presented our findings on the 16th of December to the Executive. We look forward to scrutinising the quarterly budget reports. Capital projects across the Council continue to be hard to deliver, but scrutiny commends the ambition and remains ready and willing to bring the input of non-executive councillors into the housing budgets over this next financial year. We look forward to working with everyone in order to try and see that this is delivered. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other councillors registered to speak, so I'll go back to Councillor Bennyworth as seconder. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members, for your contribution. I'm delighted to second the Housing Revenue Account budget for 26-27. It's a budget that's not just about the numbers and items, but it's about people. It's about families and the future we want to build together across North Northamptonshire. At its heart, this budget demonstrates an unwavering belief that everyone deserves a safe, secure and high-quality home. Our housing strategy 2025 to 2030 sets out a bold vision, and today's budget takes us another step closer to realising that. We will be investing with purpose, make no doubt about that. We now have up-to-date stock condition survey data on nearly 90% of our housing stock. We can work effectively to improve the homes that we already have and ensure that they will be decent places where tenants can feel proud, comfortable and supported. And we are preparing the ground for new homes yet to come. Homes that will give families stability, support for older residents to remain independent and help create strong, connected communities where people truly belong. This budget also plays its part in preventing homelessness and supporting those who face real vulnerability. A sustainable HRA, paired with compassionate leadership, means we continue to provide a stable landlord service for our residents to rely on. Our commitment to energy efficiency in our homes reflects our wider responsibility to help our tenants manage costs, to reduce our environmental impact, and to future-proof homes for the next generation. These investments are not just practical, they represent optimism, ambition, and stewardship. But none of this, absolutely none of it, would be possible without the dedication, professionalism, and sheer hard work of our housing leaders and officers. Day after day, they strive to go above and beyond, supporting our tenants, resolving challenges, responding to emergencies, and delivering improvements that directly change lives. Their work is often unseen, but the impact is unmistakable. I want to place on record my sincere thanks for everything that they do and for the pride they take in serving our community. I would also like to thank our engaged tenants, particularly Simon Seldrick and Kate Booth, who have been involved throughout the rent setting process. They are a key part of our Housing Improvement Board and their contributions are very much welcome. Together, this budget is more than a financial plan. It's a statement of confidence and commitment. It shows that we are not standing still. We are building, improving, and striving for better on behalf of the people that we serve. For these reasons, Chair, I'm proud to support this report and commend it to the Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Please may I see Councillor Graham Cheatley to conclude. You have 5 minutes, Councillor.
Thank you. Can I just reiterate the comments that you just made there and also extend my thanks to everybody involved in putting this budget together. I will say that I'll just reiterate that this is a balanced budget and it maintains, in my view, affordable rent levels. I think it's a massive investment of £61.7 million into our housing stock over the medium-term financial plan. And it does protect essential day-to-day housing services. In answer to Councillor Colquhoun's, I think I'm right in saying that the increase in reserves are due to self-financing and repayment of debt, if that helps. And we also have a 30-year business plan which will support any further requirement of reserves as the budget is balanced in the medium term and any funds will go into reserves to be used as and when required. So I would ask all the council members here today to support this budget. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cheatley. We will now move to vote. Please use your electronic voting buttons, which will appear on your microphone unit once the vote has commenced. You will have 30 seconds to vote. Thank you.
The vote has now commenced. There are 10 seconds remaining. The vote has concluded. The results are as follows. Those in favour, 57. Those against, 1. And there was 1 abstention.
Thank you. The recommendation is carried. Agenda item 9, Treasury Management Strategy. May I please see Councillor Graham Cheatley to move the report.
Apologies, it's me again. Okay, so this is a presentation of the Treasury Management Strategy 2026-27. So, Chair, members, I'm pleased to present the Treasury Management Strategy for 26-27 alongside the Council's investment strategy, borrowing strategy, prudential indicators and minimum revenue provision policy. This is one of our most important annual frameworks. It governs how we borrow, how we invest and how we safeguard public funds and how we support delivery of the capital programme. Treasury management may not make the headlines, but it is fundamental to a well-run authority. Without a strong and compliant strategy, we cannot fund capital ambitions, manage cash flow safely, or give assurance that the Council is operating with prudence, stability and long-term sustainability. This strategy sets out how the Council will borrow in an affordable, sustainable and prudent way, to invest in surplus cash with security and liquidity first, maintain sufficient cash flow to meet day-to-day obligations, support the capital programme through well-timed borrowing, and comply fully with the Chartered Institute of Public Finance and Accountancy, CIPFA, Prudential Code and CIPFA Treasury Management Code. In simple terms, this strategy keeps the Council financially safe, operationally stable and able to invest in the future. So what's the economic context? We approach 26-27 with continued economic uncertainty. Interest rates have fallen from their peak, but remain above pre-2022 norms. Inflation is stabilising. It's pleased to see it's come down to 3%, but still above target. Gilt yields and money markets remain volatile, and global markets continue to react to external pressures. For the Council, this means we must remain cautious and diversified in our investments and be smart about the timing and structure of our borrowing to avoid unnecessary exposure to interest rate risk. The strategy before you today is designed to do exactly that. So our borrowing strategy. Borrowing funds essential capital investment across the Council, from highways and school places to ICT vehicles, property and housing. For 26-27, the strategy proposes an authorised borrowing limit, this is a big figure, 799.664 million, and an operational boundary of 749.664 million. And it sets out a clear approach. Internal borrowing where appropriate, so using our own cash balances before turning to external loans, avoiding unnecessary interest costs. External borrowing only when required, primarily via the Public Works Loan Board, but also through other approved lenders where they offer better value. Managing the debt maturity profile, spreading maturities to avoid refinancing spikes and reduce exposure to interest rate volatility. Using the liability benchmark, so a forward-looking measure ensuring we borrow at the right time, not too early and not too late. No borrowing for commercial yield, so borrowing is restricted to service delivery, regeneration and statutory purposes. We do not borrow to profit. Our investment strategy. Our investment priorities remain unchanged. Security, liquidity and yield in that order. Investments are placed with highly rated UK banks and building societies, other local authorities and government-backed or regulated institutions, diversified, well-managed money market funds. So we apply strict limits on counterparties, amounts, duration and instruments, reducing concentration risk and ensure cash remains protected. Credit ratings and market intelligence are monitored continuously. So our medium revenue provision. The MRP policy sets out how we repay borrowing. We continue to use the asset life annuity method, ensuring repayments reflect the useful life of the asset and that the cost of investment is shared fairly between current and future taxpayers. For the housing revenue account, there is no MRP charge for HRA assets, in line with national regulations. HRA debt is managed separately within the ring-fenced HRA business plan. So managing risk. Treasury management is fundamentally about managing risk. The strategy protects the council against interest rate risk by capping variable rate exposure and spreading maturities. It protects us against refinancing risk by avoiding large volumes of debt maturing at once. Credit risk through strict counterparty controls and diversified investments. Liquidity risk by maintaining minimum cash levels and access to short-term borrowing. Regulatory risk by operating fully within statutory guidance and SIPFA codes. This is a strategy that is conservative where needed, but flexible enough to respond to opportunities. Supporting the capital programme. Treasury management enables the delivery of our capital programme. It underpins investment in our highways and infrastructure, school places and SEND provision, housing, building safety and regeneration, ICT and digital transformation, and energy efficiency projects. It ensures borrowing costs remain affordable and that long-term capital investment is properly financed and properly planned. Governance and transparency. Strong governance is built into the strategy. Full council sets the strategy and prudential indicators. Executive receives quarterly performance reports. The Section 151 officer manages day-to-day Treasury operations within approved limits. Audit and scrutiny provide oversight, and all decisions are backed by full audit trails and compliance checks. This ensures transparency, accountability, and professional stewardship of what is public funds. So decisions required today. This afternoon, we ask Council to approve the Treasury Management Strategy 2026-27, including the borrowing and investment strategies, to approve the prudential and Treasury indicators, to approve the minimum revenue provision policy for 26-27, confirm delegated authority to the Section 151 officer for day-to-day Treasury decisions within the approved framework, note the ongoing monitoring and reporting arrangements. These approvals ensure the Council can function effectively and responsibly. So, Chair, members, the strategy before you is strong, compliant and prudent. It protects the Council in a volatile financial environment, supports delivery of our capital ambitions, manages risk carefully and transparently, and it keeps this authority on a stable, long-term footing. It is responsible, sustainable and professionally prepared. I commend the report to Council and ask members to support and approve the recommendations in the report, namely to approve the authorised borrowing limit for external debt of 799.664 million and the operational boundary of 749.664 million. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. May I please see Councillor Kirk Harrison to second the report?
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to second this report. As members may know, the Treasury Management Strategy is a statutory requirement. It provides the essential framework that ensures the Council's borrowing, investments and cash flow remain prudent, affordable and sustainable, as you've heard. As you've also heard, the strategy is fully aligned with the SIT for Code and national guidance. It's been considered by scrutiny as part of the wider budget process. It doesn't introduce any new spending decisions, but it does ensure that the capital programme and budget are supported by robust governance. For these reasons, I'm content to support the recommendations in the report. Thank you.
Thank you. There have been no amendments proposed to this report from other groups, so we will now debate the motion. Please note that any councillors wishing to speak to the report have a maximum of 3 minutes per contribution. Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Brackenbury, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor Cheatley, for the very comprehensive introduction to this item. It's always considered something of an esoteric topic of a Treasury management strategy, and it's been a long day, so I don't want to bore people for too long. But while I have issues which we debated earlier with the actual figures and issues such as the amount of debt that the authority is amassing, I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank the whole finance team under Claire's leadership and all the officers who are responsible for Treasury management. There's a lot of moving parts in a major unitary authority like this, and we both borrow and have to invest hundreds of millions of pounds of public money. And the careful and patient work with which our officers handle both the investments and usually by outperforming the market too, and that's well worth keeping in mind, those investments and also the lending or the borrowing that we do have to take on, I think is worthy of the widest commendation. So it's really impressive to see it, to see the Treasury management strategy working as efficiently as it can within the parameters that it's given. I mean, of course, the Councillor Cheatley rightly pointed out the difficulties with some of the borrowing strategy, and I note with some approbation that the amount of LOBO loans is falling away, and that is also good because, of course, there is a danger of a call option being exercised on those. So, in conclusion, Chair, while of course we have issues with some of the headline figures which we discussed earlier this afternoon and this morning in the budget debate, I do commend the Treasury management strategy and thank everybody who's been involved in all that careful, hard work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have no further councillors registered to speak. So can I see Councillor Cheatley to conclude, please? You have 5 minutes, Councillor.
Can I also reiterate exactly what Councillor David Brackenbury just said? You've stolen my thunder. It is not the most, exciting topic, but the work behind it is very, very important. And as I said already, it does support the capital programme, and that supports in turn our highways and our infrastructure, school places and SEND provision, housing, building safety, all of those important things. But I want to also reiterate my thanks to all of the finance team, in particular Claire Edwards, our Section 151 officer, who actually makes my job so much easier, I have to say. And I apologise for the late texts at night about 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock, which she still answers. So I want to extend all my thanks to yourself and all of the team. There's an awful lot of work in all 3 of those reports, and I can't underestimate our gratitude for all of the work that you do. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Cheatley. We will now move to vote. Please use your electronic voting buttons, which will appear on your microphone unit once the vote has commenced. You will have 30 seconds to vote. Thank you.
Voting has now commenced. There are 10 seconds remaining. The vote has now concluded. The results are as follows. Those in favour, 48. There were no votes against, and there were 12 abstentions.
The vote is carried. Okay, there are no urgent items of business to be considered on the agenda. Thank you, members and officers. That now completes the business of the Budget Council meeting.